Well, hello there again, my friends. Hopefully, you are still doing fantastic. Today's video is a compilation of 30 of some of the scariest and more interesting stories I've ever done. Again, this is not all encompassing. This is just a compilation of some of the stories that, as I was scrolling through stories I've done, they stood out and I remembered them from whenever I did them. So, hopefully, you guys enjoy this collection. Again, it's not all encompassing. There are tons of stories I can't even count how many stories I've done. Prior to this year, I have done well over 5,000 stories, I believe, mathematically. So, I mean, there's a lot to choose from. So, narrowing it down to 30 is kind of difficult. So, again, this is not all encompassing. It's just 30 stories that I liked that, again, stood out as I scrolled through. I've said again a lot. Sorry. Hopefully, you enjoy them. If you do, let me know. If not, well, there'll be new stories here coming very soon. So, until then, my friends, much love and enjoy. Back in my 20s, my girlfriend Stacy and I lived in a decent little apartment complex where most people were pretty chill. At the point where this story takes place, we had lived there about 6 years, and we knew most of our neighbors and most of them quite well. Like, shared keys to feed the pets and water the plants, kind of knew them. We all got along, talked a lot in passing, and probably knew enough about each other that they could be family. But then, one year, this woman moved into the same building we lived in, 2 doors down from us. I'll call her Denise. Right off the bat, Denise was different, and not necessarily in a bad way. Or at least not at first. She was probably in her mid-40s, lived alone, no pets, no visitors that we ever saw. I saw her carrying in boxes on her own, but never saw her with any help. I was expecting to see a truck one day so I could offer to help, but either it never happened, or she managed to have them over when we weren't home. Most people in our building at least say hi in passing, but Denise actively avoided eye contact. She would literally turn around and go the other direction if she saw people coming. If we both walked out at the same time, she would go back in until I was gone. At first, Stacy and I just figured that she was shy, or maybe she was going through something tough. Alas, live and let live. But then the complaints started. About a month after Denise moved in, Stacy and I got called into the building's management office. They said they received a noise complaint about our apartment, and they asked us to keep the quiet hours in mind. We've lived there long enough that I don't think they felt like we were out here being troublemakers. We did have a game night, and had a few friends over, so I just assumed that maybe we got a touch too excited, so I accepted it. We apologized, made a mental note to bring it down a notch, and we were on our way. 2 weeks later, there was another complaint. This time, there was a letter attached to our door from the office saying the cooking smells coming from our place were disturbing other residents, and to make sure that we open windows, use stove vents, etc., and to try to avoid strong scents. I was confused because the day before we got the letter, I had made a simple curry. It's something I probably make once a week and had never gotten complaints before. I also always use the exhaust fan and the ceiling fan because otherwise it would get too hot in there anyways. We just, again, accepted it and moved on. Then, one day on my way home from work, one of our neighbors, Mike and Kelly, said that they got a noise complaint too. The problem with this is that Mike works nights, so he's not home. Kelly works during the day from home, but they're the quietest people ever. They never have people over, and you typically have to initiate conversation with them. That's why he asked about it. He asked if we had heard anything and apologized to us. We certainly didn't hear anything from their apartment and had never had issues with them before either. But as the days continued, more and more of us long-term residents were getting complaints about the silliest things. Noise, smells. Someone got a note because she left her porch light on after 8 p.m. She keeps it on because, again, her partner gets home from work late. And someone else got one for having a trash bag on her patio. Her private patio that only the residents can get to. The thing is, it wasn't even trash. She had a bag covering a plant that she had just moved out there. We were all getting frustrated and wondering if maybe the office was trying to weed out all of us long-term tenants in hopes to charge more to the new people. But the office people just didn't seem like the type to do that. Then, we all started piecing the timeline together and realized the complaints didn't start until after Denise moved in. The complaints were all petty enough for someone like that to do, just to cause problems, and of course the office wouldn't say who they were coming from. But it became pretty clear when all the complaints were for people in the same building as ourselves and Denise. I wanted to say something to her, or maybe even the office, because it wasn't right. But instead of getting mean, Stacy had a better idea. The complex held a little Independence Day celebration every year for our little community. It was nice because they would block off part of the back parking lot, which gave the kids a safe place to shoot fireworks. They also have a cookout and ask anyone who attends to bring something, whether it's meat, sides, desserts, drinks, just anything to make it easier. Stacy and I are very outgoing people, so when we found out they did this, we attended every year and helped wherever we could. We also brought our grill down and helped with the cooking, and even contributed to the fireworks for anyone to use. But when 2020 showed its ugly head, they of course canceled it for that year and 2021. We asked about it for 22, and they said that they weren't going to host it indefinitely, so we decided to have a smaller version of it and kept it to the folks in our little complex. We had all gotten to know each other pretty well, and after talking to them, they also agreed that it was a good idea. And Stacy said that she would go and invite Denise in the hopes that we could all get to know her, and maybe she would loosen up a bit. I was certainly reluctant and was expecting Denise to slam the door in Stacy's face, or just maybe not answer at all, but to my surprise, she answered. She was polite, if not shy and quiet, and accepted her offer. So, I thought at that point, maybe this would all actually work. Fast forward to the day of our cookout, we were all out back and Mike and I had started grilling. Everyone brought out chairs for us to have a place to sit, and we started enjoying each other's company. It's something we haven't really been able to do to this extent. About an hour into the cookout, Denise walked around back carrying a box. I ran to help her, and with a smile on her face, she explained that she made her famous 3-bean chili and her family's cheesecake. I was impressed. She was smiling, talking about what all she used in her chili, and even joked about her secret ingredient that made it her own. We set them out on the table with the rest of the spread and got her a chair. Like I said, color me surprised by how social she had become. She was chatting with everyone, making jokes, and even asking others about the food they brought. I could tell that a lot of us were relieved, but I did notice how she was pushy about people trying the stuff she made. She kept talking about how the cheesecake recipe was very special, because it had been a part of her family for decades. Unfortunately, I had been eating a lot before she showed up. Stacy and Kelly both made some killer finger foods, as they normally do, and I had a few brats on top of that. I never did try the chili, but I told her I would pack a small container for myself to have later, and while she seemed a little disappointed, she accepted this. I'm also not a big dairy person, and cheesecake especially. I don't like the textures of most of them, so I only took a small bite of what Stacy cut for herself. It tasted pretty good, but still wasn't my thing. Nothing against the cheesecake at all. But everyone else that had both seemed to really enjoy it, and by the end, we were all in a food coma. That is, we assumed it was a food coma. Kelly said that she was going to head home early because she wasn't feeling well, and she just assumed she overate. No big deal. Then Mike said that he was feeling the same, so he left. The conversation slowly dwindled as we all noticed the look in everyone's faces. And Steven told us that he probably shouldn't have had so much cheesecake since he was out in the sun, and after trying to help clean up some, he had to run to the side of the complex because he got sick. I offered to help him back to his place, and he accepted because I honestly don't think he would have made it on his own. He looked pale and was having trouble standing. And that's when I started feeling a bit weird. Mentally, that is. There were 3 people now that were not feeling well after our little party. Was something bad? Was it food poisoning? Does that even hit that fast? I was physically feeling fine, and when I looked back at the group, I saw several other people looking a bit out of it, including Stacy. And she said that she was just going to take something and would come back to help clean up. By the time I walked back to the lot after dropping Steven off, most of the people were gone. Denise was still in her seat with a glass of tea staring up at the sky. I asked her where everyone went, and she said that some left saying they were tired and some said they weren't feeling well. This convinced me that something must have happened to the food. We all ate the same stuff, and most of us were feeling sick now. So what was bad? Or was the meat not cooked properly? I was freaking out. I thanked Denise for coming, but started picking up, which included me stacking all the food in a box, not caring if it was stored or not, as I was going to throw it all out. I didn't know what it could be, and there was no way for me to figure it out. Denise thanked me for inviting her, and left with her container of chili and cheesecake. Not much left of either, and then I asked her how she was feeling. I remember her shrugging, her smile fell a little as she said she felt fine, just a bit warm from the heat. So why didn't she seem to feel ill? Then I realized I wasn't feeling ill. So if it was the food, what was there that neither myself nor Denise ate? I started thinking more on this and realized the only thing I didn't really have was the cheese ball that Jessica brought and Denise's chili and cheesecake. But Denise, from what I remember, had a little bit of everything, except her own. I remember her not eating her own food and someone had asked about it. Her explanation was that she was lactose intolerant, so while she loved cheesecake, it didn't love her. And she said that she was snacking and having the chili as she made it, so she wasn't too hungry. But as I said, she was still eating everyone else's stuff. This immediately got me thinking, and you know where I'm going with this, I would hope. But I didn't even know how I could go about proving that Denise could have put something in her own food. Most of it was consumed, and she had taken the containers back with her. I checked in with everyone that was there and learned just how ill they had all gotten, including Stacy. Some were throwing up, some were in severe stomach pain. Some, including Stacy, practically slept in the bathroom. I ended up taking her to urgent care, fearing that she was dehydrated. We told the doctor how it came to this, at least what we knew, and they were honest and said that her symptoms specifically definitely seemed like a bad reaction to something. We went in claiming possible food poisoning, but the doctor felt it was something more than that, which is when we explained the party. Unfortunately, this was 2 days later, so the party was long over and Denise probably long discarded the leftovers. The illness lasted about the same time for everyone else that we checked on too. I couldn't help it, and I asked them about the foods too, and a few of them agreed with me that something wasn't right. Everyone was eating prior and we all felt fine, until Denise showed up with her share. But would this woman really try to drug or even poison us? We all treated her like one of our own, welcoming her to our party and conversation, but she'd been calling in complaints on us, or most likely. Again, I guess I can't confirm that. It's just awfully convenient that she moved in, the complaints started, and we would all end up sick as hell when she showed up. I'd like to say that we have some kind of resolution, but we never did. We couldn't prove anything, so nothing could be done. Not like we could call the police and say, hey, we think our neighbor poisoned us a few days ago. All we could do was go back to how we were, those of us that knew each other, stuck together, and we all did our best to avoid Denise. There were a few more complaints that were made, but after going to the office about it, they said neither the person complaining nor them could prove the claims, so they never took action. In less than a year, however, Denise moved out. One day, the office manager was standing in the doorway complaining to someone in the apartment, and we learned that she had left abruptly. She told the office that she was moving out. They asked her for timelines since she would be breaking the lease, and she never responded. They went to talk to her and found the place trashed with very little taken. Her clothes and some other belongings were taken, but she left everything else, making it their problem. I guess, surely, the office manager was pissed off enough about it that she let it slip out that Denise was the one complaining. So, she moved in, complained about all of us, tried to potentially poison us, and then left? None of us, including the office, understands why she did this, and I don't think we will ever have answers. But all I know is that I hope she found some happiness somewhere, but for me personally, let's never meet again. Hey Raven, I saw your post about stories, and I thought about this trip that I took with my friends back in 2019, and thought you might be interested in it. 3 of my friends, Mason, Andrew, and Phil, and myself, all went camping during our spring break. We were all going to the same uni, but we pretty much kept to ourselves. We were far from the popular crowd, but we still liked to do crazy fun things and to get a little stupid. So, this time, we wanted to go camping, drink, and let loose. We went to a state park that was a few hours away, and found a good place deep in the trees, away from the people. We didn't want someone to report us for being too loud and disruptive, so we tried to stay away from others. Once we got there and set up, all hell broke loose. We probably drank more than we should have, but we stayed at our camps, so I felt that we were safe. We laughed, made fun of each other, vented about the dumb BS we were dealing with at uni. Really, this was a much-needed break for us. But at some point that night, I started hearing what sounded like someone whispering, or talking, just far off. I heard it, and when I noticed Phil cocking his head to the side, I asked if he was hearing it too. He nodded and asked what it was. I shrugged, not knowing what it was, but then we all got quiet. And by the look on their faces, Mason and Andrew must have heard it too. We were in the middle of the woods. We were all intoxicated, and there were still people around somewhere, so we didn't think anything else of it. We just calmed down so we weren't as loud and let it go. Shortly after, we all passed out peacefully. The next morning, I was thankful to wake up without the repercussions of the night prior's drinking, but we couldn't say the same for Andrew. He was feeling it and was not ready to get up yet. So, while he told us to go on without him, deciding to sleep in, we decided to go for a hike. The 3 of us packed our hiking bags and headed off. We were probably about 2 miles away from our campsite. We found a pretty tall rock formation that we climbed over, and saw that there was more forest above. We all agreed to continue through it, wanting to see what we could find. Shortly after entering those trees, the atmosphere seemed to shift. It's hard to explain, and I wish that I had a word for it. It was like being wrapped in a blanket, bathing in the sunlight, and then someone just put a cold, dark metal box over you. Not only was there a shift in temperature, but like being put in a metal box, I also became anxious, and was on edge. The density and amount of trees had not changed. There was the same amount of sunlight, yet it felt colder. I looked back at Mason and Phil, and they agreed. Something was different too. However, we wanted to continue on, determined to figure out the cause of the shift. As we walked deeper into the woods, we started hearing the familiar sounds from the night prior. The muffled talking. We figured we were probably close to some other campers. It seemed like a weird spot, and we became curious how they got there. Did they walk all that way and climb up here to camp? Was there a road somewhere that led up there and we were just oblivious? So we continued on. We walked a little further and the talking became clearer and clearer until we found the source. Through the trees, we spotted not only people, but a whole damn village. But these people did not look normal, or at least not modern. They were in old-fashioned style clothing, think Little House on the Prairie style. The tall hats, bonnets, and all. We just stood by the trees, watching them from where we were. We could hear them talk better, and while they were speaking English, it still sounded old, if that made sense. They were carrying buckets, wheelbarrows, and one of the women was even sitting in front of a small house, washing or doing something to some clothes. What were we witnessing? There were several houses there. Did we just manage to stumble on a neighborhood? Maybe it bumped up to the back of the park. But with the shift in the atmosphere, something still was not sitting right to me. Part of me wanted to approach them and ask about it, but Mason's mouth works faster than my brain, and he very loudly made a comment about the weird-looking hats. Phil and I cringed and looked at him, but then noticed how quiet it grew, and looked back at the village. To my embarrassment, they were all looking at us. But they looked at us like they were bewildered. Or maybe even scared, I guess. If all you've ever seen were people dressed like you, and then you saw someone who looked so different, maybe you would have the same reaction. Either way, something was not right. And them being able to see us seemed to make the situation worse. I felt like we needed to get out of there sooner rather than later. I elbowed the other two so we could leave, and they finally agreed. We slowly walked back the way that we entered, climbed down the cliff, and went back to our camp. It didn't seem to take as long. Maybe because we walked a little faster, but once back, Andrew was awake, so we explained to him what we saw. He thought that it sounded interesting, and he wanted to see it too. So we all agreed to show him the next day. We were all hungry and tired at that point. The next day, we set off to find the place, this time with our phones with us, wanting to take a few pictures. We typically left them at the camp because the signal was so shoddy. There was no point in carrying them, but once we got to the area, it was just trees. There was no sign of the village. We traced our steps almost to a T. We climbed the same cliff. We could even see the marks that we left in it. We walked through the same trees, making out the flattened part of the grass and fallen leaves, but when we got through the trees, there were nothing but large boulders and more trees. We circled around the area thinking maybe we were somehow off, but we never found it. And that change in the atmosphere wasn't there like last time either. How could a whole village just disappear? Andrew thought we were screwing with him at first, trying to make him feel bad for staying behind, but after a little convincing and us all bringing up the same things, explaining things similarly, he believed us. We went back to our camp once again, completely stumped at what we experienced. After we left, we tried doing some research on the place to see if there was anything about an old town that used to be there, or maybe some kind of show. But we found nothing. We all still bring this up and want to go back, but we haven't had the time since. I really want to know if we saw something we shouldn't have. Like we stepped into another place in time, but I can't even tie a community to this park. If anyone else has experienced something similar, I would love to hear about it. To quote Mr. Stack, maybe someone out there has an answer to our mystery. Hey Raven, I wanted to share this story from my 12th grade post-graduation summer vacation in 2011. Since while I was at work, my boss mentioned throwing a birthday party for her daughter and hiring a clown. Instinctively, four of our coworkers, including myself, all shouted, "No clowns," simultaneously. If the story gets read, please understand everyone that this wasn't funny to us kids until years later. We all hate clowns, and for a good reason. And as always, this is a true story. After we graduated, we all really thought that we were invincible. And since most of our high school friends survived the chaos, and we were headed in different directions post-graduation, we spent some time enjoying our last summer vacation before going off to college, starting work, moving, or even getting married as a few of our friends did. On the street behind us in the back of our neighborhood, there was a man who looked to be in his mid-40s, and he had that usual almost bald look and a slightly pudgy belly. He was known for being awkward, especially since his front yard was littered with junk, car parts, random statues, and skeletons, and even some weird welded sculptures that no one could identify. Well, except the one that looked like Megatron. We all stayed away from this man's house. Parents and kids alike avoided that man because he was weird. He would blast loud music, most of which sounded like Led Zeppelin or AC/DC, and he drove a loud beat-up 1970s car that had been stripped down to the primer. We knew when he was leaving or coming home late at night, because the whole neighborhood heard that junk car roaring down the street, running stop signs and burning rubber. Well, here's the story of what happened, and if David is listening, I hope you're doing well and just know I still think that you're an idiot for this. My friend David and one of his friends, Jose, had gotten into a dare contest of seeing who would go touch the crazy man's doorbell. And one Friday afternoon in the middle of summer, they both apparently went to ring his doorbell, and he came out with a shotgun, screaming about commie bastards, and then they took off running. To my house, of all places. They came over and asked me to come out, and I opened up the garage to let them come hang as we often did. But instead, they scurried into my garage, slammed the door down, and hid in my garage giggling like a couple of morons. I asked them what happened, and they didn't say anything, shushing me instead. Then, minutes later, I heard the roaring engine of the crazy man's ridiculously loud car, with the song Ramble On blasting loud on his radio as he went down our street. I put two and two together and asked him what the hell they did. At first, David said they were just outside and this man went on a rampage, but Jose told the truth. I went off on them for bringing this to my house, and told them that if they wanted to survive high school just to get killed over the summer, then they would have to do it on the other side of the neighborhood, away from my house. Long story short, nothing happened that day, and once the crazy man went home, David and Jose left my house. Months later, in October, we all decided to go to the Halloween Scare Night event at one of the major theme parks. I'm not usually one to celebrate, but I didn't mind hanging out with friends who did, so we piled into David's new car and headed to the theme park, which I will leave unnamed. There were a lot of people in costumes, as well as theme park staff that had been hired to scare and interact with the park visitors. Some of them were very creepy and in character, and we had a great time. Until it started getting dark. Jose kept complaining that he had to go to the bathroom, so we went through one more scare house and headed to one of the main food court areas to find a restroom. We passed by a group of people in costumes, and I remember feeling creeped out when I saw this clown staring at us. He was wearing a greasy yellow clown suit, a bright red wig, and the usual face paint and shoes, nose, etc. But he didn't seem as animated as the other park-goers. He kept staring at us, and eventually I looked away and Jose found the restroom near a popcorn stand and we waited. The clown actually walked past us and eyeballed David and I, and then he went into the restroom where Jose had just gone, and came running out, laughing maniacally seconds later. Jose emerged shortly after him, frantic, asking us if we heard the crazy clown man. We told him to calm down and tell us what happened. Apparently, the clown man went into the restroom and stood outside of the stall where he was, told him he knew who Jose was, said his name, and then said he was going to introduce him to Mr. Hammer when he came out. Apparently, he banged on the stall door and laughed crazily at Jose, who of course had a meltdown, and that's why we saw the clown come running out. We tried to tell Jose that the guy probably worked for the theme park, and maybe he heard us calling each other by name and decided to get extra points or reviews for the theme park by trying to scare some kids to death. We didn't really know what to make of it, but we did spend a few more hours there before we got tired of seeing the clown pop up and watch us, and then eventually decided to go home. This is where things went sideways. Since David drove us, we went back to his house and hung out outside talking for a while, and eventually ended up walking up and down the street as we talked about life after high school, and how it felt odd to not have to go to school for 90% of our days anymore, even though I was actually in college and had a split schedule of early and evening classes. As we reached the streetlight at the end of the street, I'll never forget how crazy we felt when we saw the crazy man's car come roaring around the corner on almost 2 wheels, engine growling like an angry animal, and he was laying on the horn as his headlights aimed toward the sidewalk that we were on. He came right at us, and of course we all jumped and dived out of the way. I remember Jose screaming out, "What the hell, you crazy-ass man?" And I picked myself up off the ground from where I landed and looked in the driver's seat, only to see that driving the car was the clown from the theme park. He got out of the driver's seat and said something incoherent, but I could make out in his odd New York accent that he said, "Yeah, you call me a freaking clown? You messed with my house, broke my damn sculptures, and you called me a clown? You thought I forgot. Well, guess what? You got exactly what you asked for. I'm Bum Freak the Clown. Yeah, you got your clown right here." Yeah, so by this point, we were running for our lives. The man jumped back in his car and tore down the road to cut us off again, so we immediately turned back and hopped a fence into someone's backyard, and continued to do so as we heard the clown man tearing it up and down the street looking for us. We cut across enough backyards to reach one of the walking trails in our neighborhood, and proceeded to catch our breaths before we heard the sound of screeching tires, followed by the quick thumps of heavy, fast footsteps. Down the trail and to our right was the crazy clown man. "I told you I'd introduce you to Mr. Hammer, you disrespectful brats," the man yelled, and we again took off in the opposite direction, back towards the regular neighborhood streets. There was a man looking outside in his yard, and we found out why as we approached him, and saw that someone had ran his mailbox over. We quickly began asking him for help and telling him that a crazy clown was trying to kill us. He didn't seem to believe us, until we begged him to help us, and Jose managed to call 911 as this was happening. Just as the man in his yard was about to send us on our way, the crazy clown man actually came running off the trail toward us, with what I realized was actually a decent-sized hammer in his right hand. By this point, we were piling onto the front porch of the man that we were trying to convince. He started cursing and then did something we didn't expect. He pulled a gun on the clown man and shouted, "Police department letters, officer, drop the hammer and get on the ground." The clown man stopped in his tracks and didn't move, still clenching the hammer until the man that we now knew was an officer insisted with stronger language that he wasn't playing. Eventually, more officers from the neighborhood patrol showed up with lights on and ended up arresting the crazy clown man, all while he kept insisting that we were harassing him, and that he had to show us the hammer of justice, and also calling us communist spies, They took our statement, and of course, I mentioned what happened at the theme park earlier that evening. So, the man was arrested. A week later, David actually came clean when I grilled him with questions. And while they hadn't messed with the crazy clown man since summer, it turns out the day they did, they hadn't just been playing Ding Dong Ditch. They actually did knock over one of the statues in his yard and broke it, and had shouted some insults through his door to get him to come out so they could take off running. They didn't expect him to bring a shotgun to the door or to go looking for them, and I did curse David out for running to my house and putting me and my parents at risk. So, yeah, that's my crazy clown story, and I hope that you guys liked it. I have a story about an event that I attended that was posted on Craigslist of all places, which I guess should have been the biggest red flag about all of it. I was actually reminded of this by my wife because of the whole Willy Wonka thing that recently happened in, I think, Glasgow. We experienced something that was actually somewhat similar, but it didn't make the news or anything. I think we all just wanted to forget that it happened afterwards. I was perusing Craigslist, trying to find something that I don't even recall anymore, when I saw an event post for a neighborhood Easter extravaganza. I was curious, and I figured there was no harm in checking it out, since the wife and I didn't really have any plans for Easter for our 2 kiddos. The first thing I did was Google the address to see how close it was, and was surprised when it was only about 10 or so miles away, which made it reasonable for us to go if we decided to. I remember the description was pretty basic. It just said that the extravaganza would be that Sunday, on Easter, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., that it would be fun for the whole family, and that they would have the biggest Easter egg hunt in town, with over 5,000 eggs to find, each of them stuffed with different prizes, candy, cash, and other goodies. They also claimed that they would have a magic show performed by the Easter Bunny himself, which I thought would be pretty fun as our girls were 5 and 3 at the time, so they would probably think that was great. Now, at the time, I was pretty well psyched, thinking that this would be a good time for the kids, and that we could enjoy the day together, making some memories. Looking back, it was definitely too good to be true. And I should have realized that when I found it on Craigslist, and not something like Facebook or whatever. But then I thought maybe they were just advertising it anywhere they could. Maybe it was on Facebook, and they had also posted it on Craigslist so it could reach more people. I talked it over with the wife, and after a bit of discussion and comments like, I don't know, are you sure it's legit? We decided that we would, at the very least, drive by and see if it was worth the time. When we arrived at the address, we parked in the lot and had to walk up to the location, and it was pretty clear that someone's expectations outstripped reality. The festivities were contained to one random yard, and attendance was, let's just say, almost non-existent. There were a few parents there with some antsy kids, and I could tell all of the adults had the same thought, thinking, what the hell were we doing there? There were a few streamers hanging from the trees, and the only real decoration was a hand-painted sign that said, Happy Easter. Yes, they misspelled Easter on the sign, and it kind of looked like it was painted in dried mustard. There weren't any tables with food for the adults like the ad had mentioned, and there was literally a single Easter basket with a couple dozen eggs in it, complete with the big prizes of a single Hershey Kiss and a quarter. I know that it doesn't take much to make the kids excited, and both of my girls were super happy to have that 25 cents, so I guess kudos to them for that. After a couple of minutes of thinking that we were all going to have our organs harvested, and laughing about this whole thing with another couple, one of the self-proclaimed organizers hollered, "Hey everyone, it's time for the Easter Bunny Magic Show." He seemed enthusiastic about it, so I thought that maybe, just maybe, this would actually make the time worth it. The whole thing was clearly the definition of overpromise, underdeliver. But I figured that the girls would get to enjoy the fun of a man in a bunny fursuit, performing some silly tricks. Then, this absolutely hammered dude dressed as the Easter Bunny stumbles out with his fur head lopsided and the pants sagging slightly on one side. He sways back and forth a bit and puts his hands up yelling, "Happy Easter, everyone!" and then fumbles around on a small table for his props. His first trick was what I think was supposed to be a card trick, but he struggled with the deck in his big fluffy hands, and he ended up dropping all the cards on the ground. He struggled with trying to pick them up for a second, but clearly couldn't maintain his balance, and then gave up after a moment or two. He then said, "Ta-da!" like him dropping the cards was the trick. He then turned back around to his box on the table and pulled out, I kid you not, a bottle of Jack Daniels, and proclaimed, "Next, I will make this whiskey disappear." Then, he attempted to drink it with the bunny suit on, which made him miss his mouth and pour half of it all over the suit. This must have been the last straw for the guy, because he let out this strange, guttural grunting sound, and then fell flat on his side. You could hear a pin drop in that moment. All the kids were staring wide-eyed, about to burst into tears. Us adults were all watching this train wreck with bated breaths, waiting for Ashton Kutcher to pop out and tell us that we'd been punked. My oldest daughter looked up at me and said, "Is the Easter Bunny dead?" And I just had to look at her and shake my head slightly, not sure if I was lying or not. After a couple more moments, the organizer ran up and shouted, "Hey, show's over! Everyone please back up a little bit." And then the other one shouted, "I'm calling 911. My wife and I just kind of stared at each other, eyes still wide, completely in shock. All of us funneled out into the parking lot area and sort of just talked a bit as we watched an ambulance pull up with the lights and sirens on, and the paramedics rush in to save the bunny man. We ended up leaving before they wheeled him out. The last thing I wanted was for my little girls to see the Easter Bunny wheeled out on a stretcher, or worse, possibly in a body bag. I don't think the guy was dead, but I honestly can't say for sure. We ended up just going to a restaurant for a brunch buffet that was actually pretty good, and decently priced, so I guess silver linings and all that. The whole day was, for lack of a better word, a mess. It was awful, and part of me feels bad for the people that put it all together. I feel like they wanted to make something magical, but on a budget of $20 and an owed favor, if that makes sense. Thankfully, my girls don't remember the day, other than my oldest does seem to have a memory of thinking that the Easter Bunny was dead. In the end, it may not have been the day that I wanted it to be for all of us, but it was definitely the most memorable Easter celebration that I've ever been to. I'm going to try and give as much information here, but not make it run on too much. I will say that the locations will be vague and names changed because this does involve my family, and I'd rather just not put all that information out there. Otherwise, this is something that affected my family heavily, but also many others that were in the neighborhood. I grew up in a pretty small town with probably no more than a few thousand people in it. When I say everyone knew everyone in their business, It was no joke or exaggeration. I remember when something happened at my dad's work, and he would have to rush home just to tell my mom before she found out because she was likely to be on the phone getting the details from one of her friends if my dad wasn't fast enough. Honestly, that's one of the main reasons I stayed out of trouble at school. I messed up one time in class and thought that I could get away with not telling them exactly what happened, but they already knew everything before I even walked into the house. This is just to give you an idea of the size of this town and how fast word travels. Because of its small size, there really weren't any choices in regards to career and family, unless you wanted to be a car mechanic or a receptionist, or maybe staff at the only elementary school in the area. And needless to say, I couldn't wait to leave. After I graduated, I left and really only ever returned for holidays or those random visits per my parents' requests. They still lived in the same house where I grew up, never moving, never even considering it. It was a 2-bedroom home, and when my little sister came around, I was moved to the basement. It was at least finished and had a door, so it's not like they kept me locked in a dirty dungeon. Every time I visited, the town looked the exact same, like it was frozen in time. All the houses were just slightly more run down with each visit. But then, when my dad died suddenly of a heart attack, I had to take leave of absence from my job to help my mom and settle his affairs. He wasn't in the best of health, but he also wasn't even close to knocking on death's door. He also never had any heart conditions, so it was completely unexpected and hard on all of us. My sister had moved all the way across the country to California, so she was planning on being there for the funeral, but wasn't sure when she would be there prior and how long after. But what was supposed to be a 2-week visit stretched into nearly 3 months, and I started noticing things about my hometown that I'd been too young or self-absorbed to see before. One of the first things I noticed, and yes, I did notice it each time, was the drugstore near the edge of town. The sign was always big and in good shape. The windows clean and covered with ads, stickers, and other window clings. It was there for as long as I can remember. It was owned by an older man when I was younger, but then his son, I'll call him Dave, took over sometime after I moved out. The place always looked great, and I always thought that it stood out from the rest of the town. There was an old mill that basically kept the town running when my parents were younger, but it closed down shortly after my sister was born, which affected most of the people in town. Someone in your family worked there, and mine was included. My dad and grandfather both worked there when it closed. He was forced to find another job as a car mechanic. My mother then got a job at the elementary school as a lunch lady. At least I was in middle school by that point, so everyone was just trying to keep their heads above water. Multiple small businesses were closed, and buildings were boarded up, but the pharmacy was always thriving. I remember mentioning it to my mom one night, trying to make a joke, and she just shrugged and said they do well because everyone gets sick and needs medicine, and then changed the subject. I thought it was odd, but just reminded myself that she probably wasn't in the best headspace. Then came my dad's funeral. People came and gave their condolences, but it was the other conversation that had me really concerned. Dave, from the pharmacy, was there, and even came over to talk to us. I will never forget the way he hugged my mom and how stiff she was during it. He then told her that if there was anything he could do to help, to reach out, and she just nodded. Exactly what could he possibly do? And why did she seem so nervous around him? But then, walking around and talking to the people that I did remember, I heard people talking about Dave, and how this RX helped with that, and Dave was even talking to others about prescriptions. I was confused, but even more, I was pissed. It was like people were doing their business, completing their errands at my father's funeral. It felt completely disrespectful to me, but I didn't feel like it was my place to say anything, so I left it alone, but knew that I was going to hold a grudge on Dave because of it. About 2 weeks after the funeral, I was helping my mom go through my dad's stuff. He had turned the spare bedroom into a makeshift office and storage room, and my mom was ready to get rid of his tools and other things. AKA, I was going to end up taking some stuff home. I went to pull stuff out of the closet and found a small banker's box filled with different pill bottles. Most of them were empty, but some of them still had pills in them. The labels all showed that they were prescriptions made out for my dad for multiple hardcore painkillers. I'm not going to list them here for obvious reasons. I was shocked. I had no idea that he was on any of these or that he was in that much pain. I know he messed himself up from work in the mill, but I didn't know it was to this extent. Enough so that he was taking all of these. I brought the box to the living room, and I asked my mom about it. She barely looked over at the box when she said it was for my dad's back problems. I told her that there was enough in there to stock a small hospital, with each bottle holding 60 to 90 pills. I also pointed out the dates because he was getting multiple prescriptions filled at the same time from different doctors. One doctor would not give him this many prescriptions, so the fact that he was going to different doctors was a bigger problem for me. My mom then made a comment that didn't make sense. She just said that Dave did his best to take care of your father. But Dave could only fill prescriptions. He didn't write them. What did he have to do with it? The incident at the funeral and then this was enough for me to ask questions. So, I went and asked Dave about it. I went to the pharmacy with that box to ask what the hell he had to do with all of this. I asked someone else that worked there for him, and he came out and immediately escorted me to a small room in the back. He asked about the box, and I opened it and showed him all the pills. I asked him what the hell this was, and he tried to say the same thing my mom did, that he was helping my dad. I was pretty angry and said that if these were all being filled by him, then he was a piss-poor pharmacist, because he was on way too many pills at once. That was dangerous, and I wasn't convinced that it wasn't what led to his death. Dave did not take that well, and said that he helped my dad, that he took care of everyone in the town, and that I needed to watch what I said. Something about the way he said that made the hair on my neck stand. That sounded like a threat. I took the box with me and left. I tried asking a friend of mine that was working at one of the car shops still, and he refused to talk about it. He was vague and tried to change the subject. When I brought it up to my mom again, she had tears in her eyes when she told me to just drop it. It was more like she was pleading, rather than asking, and that scared me. What the hell was going on that people didn't want to talk about? I even reached out to another friend that had moved away. They stayed there after high school to help with her mom, and she wasn't doing good, but when she passed, she finally left. Or so I thought that was what happened. After talking to her, she explained that when she filled her mom's prescriptions at Dave's pharmacy, he offered her something that was supposed to help with her anxiety. However, it was just another pain pill. After her mom died, she had spiraled even further, and she quickly got addicted to those pills to the point that it nearly killed her. I was livid. Not only did he have no care for the prescriptions he filled, but he was obviously just giving out pills that weren't prescribed. What were the odds that he could have done something like that to my dad, and that could have led to his death too? But my friend warned me that it wasn't worth pushing. She said that I should get my mom to leave and just never come back. Her reasoning? The cop that saved her when she OD'd was from a different town as she had been out with friends. She told them everything, and they actually started an investigation into Dave's, trying to prove that he was more of a dealer than a pharmacist. However, The detective that was working on it actually went missing. There was a text message typed on his phone about, quote, leaving. It was left in his car on the side of the road, and there was no indication of where he went. Some people say he must have fallen over the ledge that his car was on, but not even his body was found. That was pretty eerie in and of itself. What was Dave capable of, or willing to do? Was he involved in this disappearance? Even the sheriff in that little town was in Dave's pockets, so I knew he wasn't going to do anything about it either. That kept me up all night. I didn't know if there was anything I could or should do, or if I should just get my mom out of there. I confronted Dave already. Would he try to do something to my mom? I was afraid that this whole town was wrapped up in this, and that she would be a target because of me. So, the next day, I did everything I could to convince my mom to move. I offered her a room at my place, but she wouldn't bite. Then, a few days later, there was a brick thrown through my mom's front bay window. This was midday. Who would do that without any fear of someone catching them? I wasn't there when it happened either, as I had left to go get something. My mom was terrified. While I hated seeing my mom in tears like that, it did finally convince her that she may not be safe there. She spoke to her sister, who lived in between my mom's house and mine, and she agreed to stay with her for the time being. We did our best to keep to ourselves as we finished cleaning out her home, taking what was important to her, and we just left. I offered to do all the work for her to sell it, but she wasn't convinced anyone would buy it with the work that it needed anyways. I got her to my aunt's with no further issue, but I did look into things more once we were back home and safe. I learned that there were several other people that had died in the town for other suspicious reasons. There was my old English teacher who died from a supposed overdose on sleep meds. Someone I had gone to school with had died, and 3 former mill workers who also died from complications of chronic pain. I get that it could be a real thing, but it was just a really bad feeling. Knowing what I did about my old friend and my dad, I ended up leaving an anonymous tip to some drug line. I don't remember. I was just hoping that someone could investigate it further with backup so they didn't go missing too. This was all back in 2011, so it's been quite some time ago, but unfortunately, I haven't heard anything about that town. I don't know anyone that lives there now, as my only friend that was still there eventually left too. And most of the older people that I know had also passed, or I just had no way of communicating with them. I haven't been contacted by anyone either, but I know I tipped them off anonymously, so I'm not surprised. I'm honestly just waiting for the day to read something about them arresting him. But I also worry that they may be running out of time. So, I'll start this off by saying that when this happened, I was a senior in high school and was just shy of turning 18. It was prom night, the night that everyone had been waiting for from the first day that the plans for the night came to be. I had a sparkly dress, one that I thought was the most gorgeous dress that I had ever seen. All my guy friends were in full suits, and we were all feeling like we were on top of the world. I mean, why wouldn't we? This was the peak of our last year of high school. We were all dressed like we were upper class, all while living in pretty much the middle of nowhere in the Midwest. The night was young, the music was loud, and everyone was having a blast. The school had gone all out, transforming the gym into a fairy tale ballroom, which was actually the theme that our class had agreed on. Everything was pastel pink and blue. There were balloons, the tables were all decorated. The entire room was like this bubble of pure bliss and excitement. And through all of this, we were all completely unaware of what was brewing outside. The weather forecast had mentioned that there could be some nighttime storms, but this was the Midwest. Thunderstorms in the spring are as common as a trip to McDonald's. It happens more or less once a week. No one really thought much of it, least of all me, especially while I was getting lost in the moment with my girlfriend. We were all enjoying the night, having a lovely time, when the power kind of flickered. It wasn't anything major, just a bit of a dim and then back up. A couple of girls jokingly screamed to add to the drama of the moment, and we all laughed. Until the lights dimmed again. The music stuttered and then all the lights just completely shut off before the emergency lighting kicked back on. The entire room was filled with this sickly greenish hue as we all just kind of looked around confused, like, are we really going to lose power on prom night? The room slowly did grow quieter as we waited for things to come back, but that silence was broken by that disgustingly loud, piercing wail of the tornado sirens. That first blast of sound was enough to make me feel like my heart was going to stop. It's not that I hadn't heard them before, they were just always so loud and unanticipated. Our vice principal, Ms. Haig, came over the intercom. Her voice was normally stern and kind of aggressive, but when she came over the speaker, her voice actually sounded slightly shaken. She told everyone to remain calm and to proceed down the stairs and into the south hallway, which was basically the band and drama hall. We all looked at each other, and after a few nervous laughs, we realized that this was pretty serious. That change in atmosphere was jarring. From a night of celebration, we were suddenly plunged into a night of uncertainty and dread. We all made our way down the stairs and into the band hall. The teachers that were helping with the night were guiding us down and into the specific places down in the shelter. We all huddled together, an uneasy silence settling over the group. The air was heavy, filled with a palpable fear of what was happening. I didn't realize how freaked out I was until my girlfriend asked if I was okay and mentioned how tightly I was squeezing her hand. This was supposed to be a night of fun, a night of us all just letting loose and spending quality time with those that we'd come to know, but there we were, wondering if this night could be our last. As the storm raged on, you could honestly feel the building shake. You could hear the deafening roar of the wind. Time seemed to slow down and minutes stretched into what felt like hours. And there were moments when the whole building felt like it shuddered with this intense pressure, followed by several moments of quiet. We all held our breaths, praying, holding each other, and just waiting. After a bit, the all clear did come over the intercom, but that dreadful feeling definitely stuck around. Going back up and emerging from the school, it felt like stepping onto a movie set from some post-apocalyptic film. The once familiar parking lot was unrecognizable, strewn with debris, cars flipped, and what could only be described as a small taste of what happened throughout our town. Houses were torn apart, trees were uprooted, power lines were downed, and people's lives completely destroyed. Miraculously, there were no casualties. Just a town full of shaken and distressed people, and a high school full of teenagers trying to piece together how this night that was supposed to be a moment of youthful innocence could turn into the most terrifying night of our lives. All of this was a harsh reminder of how things can quickly take a sharp turn, how life can take that sudden turn when you least expect it. Even now, years later, I can't really think about that night without getting that anxious feeling that I felt in those hallways. It was meant to be a night of celebration, joy, one last hurrah with everyone before we graduated, and yet it was a night of devastation and stark reality. I'll never forget that moment when my mom pulled up to the school and saw me, and how she started bawling when she wrapped me in a tight hug. We were one of the lucky ones in that our house was mostly untouched. There was minor damage to the roof shingles, and we lost half of a tree in our backyard, but most weren't so fortunate. Some lost cars, some whole houses, and we all came together as a community offering hospitality to those that lost their homes and hoping to clean up and rebuild as quickly as we could. It may sound dramatic to some, but that night honestly felt like a clear line had been drawn. A line between life before and life in our town after. After all was said and done, we did still have a graduation ceremony, and we all still had to apply to our colleges, and we still had to finish out our finals. Yet, it all seemed so trivial compared to what we had gone through. It's been years since that night, and our town has completely regrown and rebuilt. And thankfully, we haven't had another tornado rip through our town like that. Plenty of harsh storms and several tornado watches, but nothing like that night. I'll finish this out by mentioning that the only reason I thought about typing this story up is that my daughter is now in her senior year, and her prom is coming up. Even worse, the class actually decided on fairy tale ballroom as the theme, so that hit a bit close to home for me. Now, odds are, it'll be a night like any other and it will go off without issues. But part of me is still a bit paranoid that something could happen. Late night walks on the beach were my preferred way of unwinding. After spending way too much time running around the coffee shop that I manage, I needed something to help me clear my mind and relax. There's something about the sound of the waves and the cool sea breeze that just helps me push everything stressful out of my life, even for just a few minutes. I never walk alone, though. My pup, Jeff Bridges, also enjoys these strolls. Yes, I know that is a dumb name, and no, I will not give you the backstory. Jeffy is the best dog that I've ever had, and I love him more than I love some of my relatives. One particular night, we suited up and went out for our evening walk. It was a really lovely spring night. I remember it was a full moon because I made some dumb comment about Jeffy turning into a werewolf. As we got to the beach, the air seemed a bit heavier than normal. I assumed it was just the air currents or something, or maybe we were going to get some storms. As we walked, Jeffy chased some crabs into the sand, and I laughed at him when he would get too close at them, and then get scared when they raised their claws. I shined my light forward, and I saw something glinting in the sand. My curiosity piqued. I walked over to it and crouched down to see what it was. I moved the sand off of it and was genuinely surprised when I saw that it was a cell phone. It was a bit strange to find a full-on cell phone on the beach like that, but then I figured that someone must have dropped it during the day and either didn't care or hadn't come back to check for it yet. I wiped the sand off of it, and it looked to be in good quality, which lent more credence to the possibility of it being dropped on accident. I pressed the power button to see if it would turn on, and to my surprise, it was already on, and the battery had about 30% left. Thinking that I might be able to identify the owner, I swiped across the screen. No password lock. Lucky me. There wasn't really much on the phone, at least not on the main screen, so I went over to the contacts to see if there was someone that I could call or text to inform them that they had lost the phone. The contact list was incredibly sparse. It was mostly just numbers of businesses and a few names of people. Obviously nobody that I knew. I have to admit that my curiosity did get the best of me, and I clicked on the gallery to see if maybe there was a picture of the owner or something. That's my justification, and I won't accept any other statements on it. There, in the gallery, there was an album at the top that was named simply with the date that it was made, and the date was the same as the day that I found the phone. I tapped on it. There were about 40 or 50 photos in this album. The first few were dark, just shots of the beach, but as I scrolled further in, my blood started to run cold. In the dim light of the pictures, there was a figure that was barely visible at first, but became much more visible as the pictures went on. About halfway through, I could see the figure much more clearly. The man was wearing a mask. Just some plain white mask that covered his face, and in his right hand, he was holding what was clearly visible as a knife. Suddenly, my comfy little beach didn't seem so peaceful. The fact that this gallery was from the same day, that the beach was already dark, and that the battery wasn't dead, told me that whatever happened a short time before I found the phone. I quickly put the phone in my pocket and pulled Jeffy and made my way home. Every few steps, I would hear a slight sound and would jump a bit, looking around to see if there was somebody there, but of course there wasn't. My imagination was running wild. I swear that I was seeing a person holding a knife in every slight shadow. When I got home, I locked the door and took a deep breath, thinking about what I should do. I didn't know if calling the cops to report a found phone was appropriate, but the pictures told me that something probably needed to be done. The other part of me was thinking that this was just a dumb prank. But who dumps a phone worth a couple $100 on the beach for a joke? After thinking about it, I decided that I would just take the phone to the police station the next morning, unsure of whether or not this was a genuine situation. It didn't help that the beach was just outside my window, and I kept glancing out nervously throughout the entire evening. As soon as the sun came up, I headed to the police station and handed the phone to the officers. They asked me a few questions, and I answered as best as I could, explaining that I had found it the night before, and I admitted to going through the pictures and then told them about the album. They went through them as well, and the officer looked just as creeped out as I was. He promised me that they would figure out who it belonged to, and before I left, told me to stay cautious, just in case, and to call them if I saw anything out of place on the beach. I don't know what came of it. I don't know if they found the phone's owner or the man in the pictures, but those late-night beach walks, yeah, they're a thing of the past. Because I can't shake off this feeling of being watched every time I go out there. I honestly have thought about the person that took those photos more than what I would say is healthy. What happened to them? And who was the man with the knife? Some questions, I guess, are better left unanswered. But if there was one thing that I learned from this, it's that not all that glitters in the sand is as innocent as it seems. Back before the pandemic, I was let go from my normal 9 to 5, and this left me in a bit of a desperate state for money. My wife was still working, thankfully, but I knew that I needed to figure something out, and unemployment wasn't a guarantee. So I got a little desperate. That desperation led me to doing what a lot of other Americans did at that time, and I turned to the gig economy to try and pad our savings so that bills would get paid. It was a bit tough, but I did what I did and we made it work. For the most part, I was driving for a ride-share company. I tried to do the food delivery thing, but that didn't pay well enough, honestly, and I found that people were better tippers if you were delivering them to their destinations instead of delivering their overpriced sandwich. One night, I was on the clock and I had come off of a fare when I got a ping saying that there was another passenger nearby, and they needed a lift. It was on the outskirts of town, but I was kind of close, so I figured, whatever. I would get him, take him wherever, and then just go home. The passenger seemed normal enough. He was a young guy in what looked like his mid-20s, well enough dressed, and he seemed pretty friendly. He opened the door, we confirmed that he was my passenger, and he tossed his backpack into the back, and then sat in the rear passenger side seat. There were literally no red flags that I could see. He looked like a normal dude that you'd see working in IT for some medium-sized company. He buckled in and said, "Hey, thanks for picking me up. Sorry it's so late, though." I laughed and told him that it wasn't that big of a deal, that I would get him to his destination, and then probably head home for the night. As I drove, we struck up a bit of conversation. He told me that he was working as a contractor for a warehouse, doing system maintenance and whatnot, which wasn't surprising, as I mentioned. He said that he was saving up to go back to school, so that he could get out of the contract work and get a full-time job doing tech work, because he was tired of the instability. I mentioned that I knew all about instability, as I'd been let go and we kind of bonded over blue-collar work and the annoyances that came with it. He seemed genuine, just another hard-working guy trying to make it. I think that's why I found myself relaxed during the whole ride, and any concern I had about him was immediately dispelled. Then we pulled down the road for his destination, and it was a part of town that I knew from my teenage years. Not the best place to be in the middle of the night. I made a remark that was a bit inappropriate, asking him if he was sure that he wanted me to drop him off down this way. He laughed and said, "Yeah, unfortunately." I shrugged and just kept on down the street until the map notified me that we were where we wanted to be dropped off, which looked like an absolute mess. The house was old, dilapidated, and while I'm not one that should judge people, did not look like a place where this man should be living, staying, or associating with. I pulled up to the curb under the only streetlight on that part of the strip, and that's where things took a bit of a turn. The guy hesitated, and took a deep breath and then opened the door and said, "Hey, could you just wait for a second?" His voice was no longer friendly. It sounded almost scared as he asked, but before I could even respond, the front door of the house swung open. 3 men emerged, one of them very noticeably brandishing a gun. My heart skipped when I saw it, and it immediately clicked in my mind that this whole thing was a setup. I looked back at the man who was now half standing with my door open, looking back at me with that stare of, "I'm really sorry, dude," in his eyes. Panic surged through me. These guys were either going to rob me, steal my car, or worse. Without thinking, I slammed my foot on the gas pedal. The car lurched forward and my tires squealed. I heard someone shout and then the loud bang, followed by more shouting and a few more shots ringing out. My mind was racing. I was pumped full of adrenaline, but I did not slow down. I did at one point look in my rearview mirror, which is when I noticed that the guy that was in the back seat was now lying on the ground a ways back, and the other 3 guys were standing over him. I kept going for a while, and then pulled into a Walmart parking lot before I felt safe enough to call the police. I explained what had happened to them, and told them where I was. The cops arrived pretty much right away, and that's when I had to explain the whole thing to them again. That was also when I noticed that my car had a few new holes by the back door and in the side of the trunk. I told them that the guy was a fare, that I'd went to drop him off, and that the people just started shooting. I explained that the last thing I saw was him on the ground with the other guys, and I didn't know if he was alive, dead, or other. Worse yet, his backpack was still in the back seat. And when the cops opened it, they found a handgun. So much to my disdain, this guy was also armed, and he was sitting in the prime position to put the gun to my head. After a while, the truth did come out. It was a setup. The friendly guy was part of the scheme, and their whole plan was to steal my car and leave me there on the side of the road with nothing, in a rough part of town. Their plan obviously backfired completely, because the guy had apparently hesitated, which gave me time to take off. Also, come to find out, when I took off, he was still hanging on to my car, and then they shot at me, and his friend with the gun actually shot him. He survived. It wasn't that bad of a shot, thankful for him, but I'm pretty sure that they weren't very good friends after that. Of course, after all of this, I couldn't help but shake that feeling of betrayal. The guy seemed normal, decent, and we developed that quick, momentary friendship that you create with people. I ended up going back to the food delivery gig. It paid less, but there were fewer chances for things like this to happen. I'm not gonna lie, I do often think about that guy, and I wonder if he has any regrets about the choices he made that night. But mostly, I'm just grateful that I got out of there alive. A bit more cautious, a little less trusting, but alive. Just a quick heads up, this story does require a content warning, as it does dabble into some very, very serious and potentially triggering topics, in some detail, not a ton of detail, but definitely some. So these topic matters do involve abuse and violence at the hands of a family member, so that's just the trigger warning there, and we'll continue to the story now. I'm pretty new to your channel, but I'm fairly keen on the family secrets and similar videos, because of something that happened to me as a young child. It was a pretty dark and terrifying moment in mine and my mother's life, but now that I'm almost 50, I have healed for the most part. I know my mother doesn't like to talk about it, however. It's taken me a while to finally sit down and type all this up, but I decided I would like to share the story with you and your audience, too. Before I get started, I do want to warn you that it is pretty graphic and deals with domestic abuse. I'll only include the stuff relevant to the story, but I just wanted to give you a trigger warning in case someone doesn't want to listen. I also want to say that I was pretty young, and while I remember a lot of it, there are parts that my mother had to tell me about, or explain, so there will be both perspectives in this. Here it goes. This happened back in the summer of 1987, when I was 8 years old. My father was a horrible human being. My mother and he were forced into what many would refer to as a shotgun wedding. Mistakes were made, and I was born into a very hostile environment. While my mother did everything she could to raise me, take care of me, and give me the love every child should know, my father was the opposite. All he wanted back then was, for lack of a better word, one-night stands. But his luck ran out when my mom was the first one that got pregnant. He didn't want a kid, let alone a family. He still wanted to be carefree and be with anyone he wanted. Of course, a ring and a child didn't stop him. He still did what he wanted, had affairs, stayed away for nights on end, and my mom, who was only 16 at the time, couldn't do anything about it. There were several times where she went without eating to make sure that I could. And before anyone asks, no, her family didn't want to help either. They practically disowned her after she confessed that she was pregnant. She tried to work where she could, wherever they would allow her to bring in a baby, until I was old enough to go to school. But the older I got, the more I witnessed, and even experienced, the abuse. When he was home, he was 3 sheets to the wind. My mom did her best to just ignore him and avoid him, but sometimes that wasn't enough. He would find some reason to be angry with her. He would find a reason to beat her. I used to cry when I saw it, but then he would smack me around and tell me to be a man, so I had to look away, put my head down just to prevent getting hit. But then something miraculous happened. I was out of school, sick, and my mom didn't want to leave me at home alone, so she brought me to work. At the time, she was cleaning houses and had brought me with her to one of her customers' homes. It was an older woman, the kind that I wished was my own grandmother. She was what I would imagine in a grandma. When I would go with my mother to her home, she always had something prepared for me. She had no kids, no sign that any lived or visited but for me, specifically. She bought a small basket with a few toys, and some books for me to keep occupied while I was there. She was a wonderful human being. I remember listening to my mother and her talk, and she did everything she could to convince my mother to leave my father. She said that she would help her, and even offered to let her stay in her guest room until she found her own place. I remember begging my mother to take it. I remember telling her how I would have so much more fun here with her, but I think it was a pride thing, and I could never blame her for that. She wanted to do it all on her own, so she declined the offer. Until one day, my father beat her so hard she didn't leave the house for a week. I remember how swollen her eye was and how awful I felt looking at it as much as I did. I remember the guilt because it was my fault. He had grabbed her by her hair, and I kicked him in the leg, yelling at him to let her go. He kicked me hard enough to toss me back, causing my mom to react, turning his attention back to her. When she was able to open her other eye again, she went back to work, and that was when that woman offered again. And that time she took it. I remember my mom packing a large suitcase with all of my clothes, and told me to fill the box with all of my favorite toys because she couldn't promise that I would get to keep all of them. I remember being really sad about it, but I could tell by the tone in her voice that this was important, so I did as she asked. I remember taking the suitcase and the box to the woman's house, and she actually had given us full reign of her basement. There's actually a decent-sized room down there where we kept our stuff, and a small area behind the room, with a divider separating the laundry area. She told me that I could use that as my own playroom, and I was pretty excited about it. It was almost the size of my room anyhow. The next day, my mom picked me up from school and told me that she would be doing that from now on, and to not get on the bus again. Everything was fine for those first few days. My mom was basically the live-in housekeeper, but the woman still cooked for us sometimes, giving my mom a break. And it just made me realize even more how much I was missing out on such a loving and safe home environment. She asked me about school and she told me stories. I could tell my mother was a lot happier and relaxed being there too. I was ready for this life. Then, there was that normal day at the grocery store where everything came undone. It was a Sunday morning. My mother and I went to the grocery store for one of the errands that she would run. As we were heading to the car, another car pulled up next to us, and we heard a familiar voice call out, saying my mother's name. I saw the way her whole body went rigid, just as she did at home. We both turned and saw my dad sitting in some car that we didn't recognize. My mom did her best to be strong. I could hear it in her voice as she asked him what he wanted, something she would have never done at home. He claimed that he wanted to talk, and she refused. He made a comment about going to the police because he wanted to see his kid. After some hushed arguing, my mom begging him not to do this, her shoulders finally dropped as he demanded we get in the car. She said that she was technically working, so we had to make this quick, and told me to hop in the back, assuring me everything would be okay. I will add here that, at this point, my mother was already working on the custody part and a restraining order, but at the time, back in the 80s, it was more of a challenge for her, at least, with the police that she worked with. I don't know if anyone had a different experience with it. Her fear was, since the custody wasn't finalized, she didn't want him to risk claiming that she kidnapped him, and then lose her chance of getting full custody. Again, I don't blame her for this. She did everything she could. So, we did as he demanded. We got in the car, and he sped off. My mom asked where we were going, and he said somewhere they could talk in private, as a family. I remember thinking he was just going to take us home, but that wasn't the case at all. He kept going down roads I wasn't familiar with, gravel streets with no signs, until we arrived at some old farmhouse in what appeared to be the middle of nowhere. There was nothing else around us. Not a single soul or car on that road that we took. What's worse is that I had drifted off multiple times, and from what my mother told me afterwards, we were driving for a little over an hour. He took us somewhere far away from what we knew. My mom didn't move from the seat, so neither did I. My dad got out, walked around to her side, and dragged her out of the car. I watched, terrified, as she fell to the ground, being dragged by her arm. Then he opened my door and started doing the same to me. I got out a bit more willingly, not wanting to get scratched up. He then yanked my mother up, yelling at her to get inside. I remember clinging to my mother, afraid to let her go. Once inside the house, it was nearly furnished, but everything was covered in dust. I didn't know where we were or what this place was. He told me to go sit on the couch, and he turned on this old TV that was playing something I was not interested in. I think they were talking about lawn care or something, but I just pretended to be interested in it, not wanting to turn around and witness what was happening behind me. I could piece it together in my head from the sounds alone. There was yelling, "You don't get to leave me, you didn't want us in the first place." There were sounds of flesh hitting flesh, sounds of pain and crying from my mom, yelling, and all I could do was stare at the TV in front of me and cry, knowing the moment that he saw the tears or heard me crying, I would get the same. I don't know how long it went on, but it felt like hours, going through different shows. Eventually I heard him tell her that if we even thought about leaving, he would kill us. And then I heard the front door slam shut. I turned around and saw my mother in the worst condition I had ever seen her in. I just wanted to hug her and hold her and take away all of her pain, but I knew at that age I couldn't do anything for us. We were there for 6 days. 6 days of him beating her senseless, telling her to do things such as make us dinner. She struggled to move and he beat her more because of it. But after the second day, he started tying her to the chair when he left. I didn't know it at the time, but I had fallen asleep after she comforted me and she was looking for a way to leave when he caught her in the act. So anytime he left the house, or even slept, she stayed there tied to the chair. He just told me not to move from the spot in the tiny living room or else he would do the same to me. I was afraid that I was going to die if he did, so I listened. The fourth day, she sat in the chair by the wall, slumped over, hardly moving. She didn't eat the day prior, and she hadn't eaten that day either. I was scared. I was afraid that she was dying and she would leave me with him. I tried to get her to drink water from my cup, but she choked, and I remember crying thinking that I was making it worse. But she still did her best for me. She would look up occasionally and try to smile at me and whisper that we would be okay. I don't know if she believed it, but she still tried to do what she could from that chair to comfort me. But looking back at it now and talking to her about it, she had a plan. She was still planning an escape for us, or at least me. She was in a lot of pain and she definitely needed medical attention, but she made herself look weaker than she was. On the 6th day, he tied her up as he did, told me to stay on the couch, and walked to the bathroom to take a shower. Once we heard the shower start, I watched her as she shifted and wiggled, wincing more than usual. I watched over, staying on the couch, as she shifted and looked over towards the hall where the bathroom was. Miraculously, she had freed her hand. I watched closer as she tried to lean over to her feet and immediately shot back up with a groan. She looked at me, trying to smile, which made her lip bleed. She held a finger to her lips, indicating to stay quiet, but then motioned me over there. She told me sternly but quietly that she needed my help untying her feet. I knew this could be bad. I knew that any moment he could catch her and kill her, but I didn't waste any energy. I immediately went to work on her feet. I couldn't untie my own shoes yet, so I struggled to figure out the knot, but with her little words of encouragement and pointing me in the right direction, I got them loose enough for her to pull her feet through. As soon as she was freed, she grabbed my shoulders and told me to listen carefully. She said that no matter what happens next, no matter what I hear, no matter what happened to her, I should run. Then she told me that I had to remember this next part. She told me a series of directions. Right, left, right, straight, left, right. She told me it was very important to remember that. We repeated it together several times, and then she made me repeat it until I got it right. She told me to put my shoes on, and she stood by the door trying to slip on her own. That's when I heard the most terrifying thing in my life. "What the hell are you doing?" We both jumped and turned to see my dad in his boxers staring at us, his face red and twisted in anger. The water was still running. He had tricked us, whether it was intentional or not. He walked towards my mom, and I remember feeling like I was going to have an accident. He instilled that much terror in me. He grabbed my mom by the throat, and her last words at that point were, "Run." I remember watching for a split second as he grabbed her and slammed her to the ground. I opened the door and hesitated for a split second. I almost turned around to look, but the sound my mother made scared me as much as my father's voice. I knew if I turned around I wouldn't be able to leave, so I ran. God help me, I ran down that road repeating the pattern in my head. Right, left, right, straight, left, right. Trying everything I could to remember it. I got as far as the first few turns, but my child brain was a jumbled mess of fear, confusion, guilt, and sadness. I feared for my own life as well as my mother's. I was sad that I left her behind. I felt guilty for not being able to save her, and confused as to why he was doing all of this. He didn't care when we were around, and then he did after we left, but continued into his normal routine, but 10 times worse. All I could do was run and hope I remembered the right directions. Then I heard one of the best sounds I had heard all week. Tires on gravel approaching. They were coming from the direction I was going, but for a moment I was terrified that it could be my father coming for me. I stopped and started slowly walking backwards, ready to run back through the field that I had come from. But the car that I saw was not what my dad had been driving. It was a station wagon, and I watched as they slowed down, and a little old lady opened the driver's side door. She looked at me confused and asked where I came from, and I just broke down. I remember shivering, but I wasn't cold, and telling her that he was killing my mom. She asked me where, and I just remembered saying the directions my mom gave me. She told me to get in the car, and she drove me a while, asking me about myself until I fell asleep. Everything after that is fragments. I remember waking up in the car and being at some kind of auto mechanic shop. There was a car with no tires on it and large farming equipment. I noticed the woman wasn't in the car, and I began to panic. I know I was nowhere near my dad, but I was still worried that she may be taking me back there, or even worse, that my mom wasn't getting the help she desperately needed. The woman came back out shortly after, seeing me in tears, and comforted me again, and told me one of the best things I'd ever heard. She told me they found my mom and she was going to be okay. She took me to the hospital a few hours after that, and she waited with me until my mom was out of surgery. She had a broken eye socket, a ruptured spleen, and a fractured skull. 2 broken ribs and 4 fractures. Every breath she took hurt. She refused to eat because of concussion she had, making her sick to even look at food. When they found her, she was lying unconscious on the back porch, her head split open and barely breathing. Apparently, my dad thought he had killed her, and they found him digging in the backyard. You can kind of see what I'm getting at here. The paramedics told her that if they had been 10 minutes later, he would have been right. She was in the hospital for weeks, but that woman we moved in with showed up and took care of me until we brought my mother home. My mother survived nearly dying by the hands of a man that was supposed to love her and protect her. And even through all the fear in her little body, she still made sure that I would get out alive. She had remembered the directions it took to get there, and simplified them for me to remember. She won't admit it, but I don't think she expected to leave there alive. She's in her 60s now, and she's still the strongest person I've ever known. Most of the physical scars have healed, but she still gets some pretty bad migraines. My dad died back in prison in '99 after getting into a fight with another inmate. He had an aneurysm. Mother says that it's only proof that violence will eventually consume everyone who lives by it. So, there's my story of the most terrifying thing to happen not only to me, but my mother as well. And to anyone that might be going through anything remotely similar, just know that you are worth the effort and the time. Someone out there is willing to help. Just know that you're not alone, and when you're ready to take action, we're here for you too. About 15 years ago, I had something happen to me that has haunted me since the day that it happened, and I genuinely do not have an explanation for what exactly it was, or how things went the way that they did. This is the only time anything like this has ever happened to me, and for that I am thankful, mostly because the outcome was not a positive one. And with how everything compounded within a short period of time, I was honestly ready to give up. Obviously, I'm glad that I didn't, but I was ready to. Let me explain how it all went on that day. As I said, it was a decade and a half ago, so it would have been back in 2007. Back then, on Sundays, I used to get together with a few of my girlfriends so that we could get brunch at a local hangout spot that we really liked. It was decently priced, in a good part of town, and they had really good food for their brunch menu. When we went during the warmer months, we would always take one of the seats that was on the front patio, as it was always incredibly comfortable sitting outside and having our meal. It had pretty quickly become the main thing that I would look forward to every week, as the girls that I spent time with were my best friends from high school, and we would just talk and gossip about whatever was on our minds. On this particular day, we were there eating and just talking about our weeks. And then I noticed a man that was sitting on the ground in the nearby park, just propping himself up against one of the brick retaining walls. This is not a judgmental statement, but he did appear to be homeless. And by that I mean that he looked like he was a bit unkempt, his clothes were dirty and a bit ragged, and he just had that weathered look. You know the one. Like he had been through a lot and was just doing his best to get through it all. Again, there was zero judgment on my part. He just kind of fit the appearance of what I think of when I think of a homeless man. I will say that my area doesn't have a large homeless population, so he definitely stood out and caught my attention. After noticing him, I went back to the conversation with my friends and we were just kind of chatting, and then I looked back over at him, and I noticed that he was looking straight at me. As soon as we met eyes, he lifted his hand and gave me a slight wave. At first, I wasn't sure if he was actually waving at me, but when that thought entered my mind, he nodded, as if he knew that I was thinking it, and he was telling me that he was, for certain, waving at me. I felt obligated to wave back, And as soon as I did, the man stood up from where he was resting across the street and started heading toward us. One of my friends asked if I knew him, and I mentioned that I didn't, and they were all kind of asking why he was coming over to us. And again, I said that I didn't know. I just kind of sat there in silence as he approached, kind of like I was in a trance. I didn't know this man. I had never seen him, nor met him, nor spoken to him, but I felt like I needed to hear whatever it was he was going to tell me. He crossed the road, walked over to where we were sitting, and he actually knelt down right by where I was seated. He reached over, grabbed my hand, and he said, "I am so sorry for what you're about to go through. Stay strong. Don't give up. Everything will be okay." Now, this in and of itself was actually terrifying. This man just walks up, kneels down, and gives me this cryptic and almost threatening message. But it was even more so when he just stood up without elaborating and walked away. He didn't go back to the park. He didn't stick around the restaurant. He didn't say anything else. He just walked down the sidewalk until we couldn't see him anymore. Obviously, my friends said that that was really weird, and they asked if I was okay. And I told them that I was fine and just kind of agreed that it was weird. And they kept talking about the whole thing, but after a while, I asked to change the subject because I was kind of starting to feel uncomfortable about it. Now, as I said, this was weird and kind of creepy, but what happened next was actually what makes this such a haunting situation. That week, the same week that this man told me that he was sorry for what I was going to go through, that was the week that I lost both of my parents. It was exactly 6 days later, on that following Saturday. They were out driving, just going out to do whatever it was they liked to do, and their car was struck by a drunk driver driving way too fast and swerving into the wrong lane. They were hit head-on at too high of a speed for anyone involved to live. They both lost their lives, and the driver of the other vehicle died as well. They were all three killed on impact. To say that dealing with losing both of your parents suddenly like this was hard is an understatement. It was devastating. It killed me inside, to be honest. I'm an only child, and I had to deal with all of their affairs and their estate and everything, and I was only 24. I had no idea what I was doing in my life, much less how to handle things after my parents had passed away. Dealing with their stuff afterwards wasn't the hard part, to be clear. It was the fact that I had to sit there and try to do paperwork and schedule funerals and talk to lawyers, and I was in that deep pit that grieving shoves you into. I couldn't really focus on anything, and I was holding back sobbing literally every moment that I was awake. Which was all of them because, let me tell you, my sleep schedule was non-existent. I wanted to end it all, because my parents were my rock. I needed them for guidance in my life, and they were just never going to be there ever again. On the day of their funeral, my extended family showed up, and everything was so bleak. I felt like I was just empty. I didn't know what I was going to do the next day, the next week, or if it was even worth continuing. As I was sitting there, mulling over the options, my uncle on my dad's side was up at the podium saying some final words, and he caught my attention when he said, "We have to make sure that we stay strong. Don't give up, and remember that everything will be okay." When he said this, the thought of that homeless man re-entered my mind. Obviously, I hadn't really thought about him with all that was going on, but at that moment, he was all I could think about. I remembered what he had said to me, and was again reminded of his words, considering my uncle had said them almost verbatim. I got through the hard parts by just reminding myself that things would be okay eventually, that it was okay to feel pain, that it was okay to have these feelings during this time, so long as I stayed strong and kept going. And for the sake of my parents, I did keep going. I did stay strong, and eventually things did get less painful. I won't say that it ever hits the point where things are fine. Losing them is still devastating to this day, but I'm able to live my life for me and for them. And I'm able to keep a smile on my face and actually mean it most of the time. That all said, that day 15 years ago, when that man grabbed my hand and said that he was sorry for what I was about to go through, what was that? Was he clairvoyant and he was able to see it coming? Was there some sort of otherworldly connection that he and I shared and he was able to tell what was actually about to happen? Or was this honestly just a really weird coincidence? In the end, I obviously never saw him again. I tried to find him. But if I ever do, I will thank him for the heads up. And I'll thank him for the encouraging message that he gave me because, as haunting as it's been, it's also because of his words that I realized I needed to keep going. If he was able to see the bad that was going to happen, then I have to assume that he was also able to see the good. And encouraging me to continue was his way of saying that he knew things would be okay. I have a story that is probably one of the most disturbing things to have ever happened to my family. I say my family because it was more so my grandparents, but it's something that has been kind of held close to all of us since it happened. All of this happened on my grandparents' property, and my grandpa was even looked at as a suspect for a moment, but was eventually cleared for the whole thing. Even still, this whole event was devastating for my grandfather, for reasons that will be obvious in a little while. I do need to give a small bit of context, so bear with me while I detail a few things. This happened quite a long time ago. My dad was still in his teens when this took place, so it was way before my time. My grandparents lived in the northwestern part of the US, and they owned a decent amount of land there. It all belonged to my great-great-grandfather, and had been passed down twice at this point to my grandfather, Ronald. On the land that they owned, in the southern corner, complete opposite of my grandparents' actual house, was a small cabin that, way back, was where the hired help on the land lived. By the time my grandfather got the land, the cabin was empty, and was used more for storage than anything. Still, they kept it up, and made sure that if anyone ever wanted or needed to stay in the cabin, they could. My grandfather kept the land around it tidy, and kept it up on the maintenance of the building. It is important to mention that this cabin, being on the opposite end of the property, was nowhere near the house. In order to get to the cabin, you would have to get on the road, circle around the property until you hit the south end, and then pull up the driveway to get to it. In the fall of 1965, my grandfather's cousin, Walter, a man that helped raise my grandfather because they were separated by about 12 years, came to visit my grandpa, and asked him if he could stay in the cabin for a little while. Apparently, Walter had, in his words, fallen on hard times, and needed somewhere to stay for a couple of months. My grandfather didn't ask him any questions about what had happened, because Walter was family, and he said that Walter was welcome to stay for as long as he needed. Obviously, my grandpa was suspicious that something was going on, that Walter had done something illegal or questionable, because he'd been in with some questionable people in the past. But again, he was family, and my grandpa never questioned family or left them in the cold. He was a man that didn't say much, but he was very loyal to those that he knew and loved, because that's how he was raised. A few weeks passed, and Walter had set up his home in the cabin. My grandfather went over to visit with him a few times over the first week to see how he was doing.
Walter seemed a bit nervous at first, but as the first month came and went, he seemed a lot more comfortable and less on edge. Again, red flags, I know, but my grandfather was confident that Walter would be able to handle whatever it was. He did ask him if he should be worried for himself and his wife at one point, but Walter told him that everything was fine, and that he would just be there a few months until things settled down, and then he would be out of his hair. Again, questionable comments being made there, but in the end, my grandpa just said that Walter was free to stay as long as he needed, told him where the ammo for the hunting rifle in the cabin was, then went back home to my grandmother and my father. A couple more weeks passed, and my grandpa hadn't heard much from Walter. And that Saturday, he decided he would take the trip around to see how he was, and to ask if he wanted to help with some work that he needed to do. He pulled his truck up to the cabin, and immediately felt like something was off. Walter's car wasn't in the driveway, but the door to the cabin was wide open. My grandpa thought initially that Walter had to take off in a hurry and left the door open. Obviously this bothered him, but it would have been the better alternative to what did end up happening. My grandpa walked up to the cabin and called out for his cousin, but there was no response. Then he walked in. He knew immediately that something horrible had happened. My grandfather always described what he saw as a scene straight out of his worst nightmares. The furniture in the cabin was overturned and destroyed. One of the windows was shattered, with the glass on the inside of the cabin, meaning it had been broken in, and the air was thick with that coppery scent of blood. There was a massive dark stain on the carpet in the living room, and a trail that led from there out the back door of the cabin, like the person that was bleeding had been dragged out of the cabin. Then, he noticed the large, bloody knife that was stabbed into the cabinet, pinning a piece of paper to it. And my grandfather's blood turned cold as ice when he read it. "Sorry about your cabin, Ronald. This wasn't personal, and we have no beef with you. Don't bother trying to find him. We were told to take care of him and to make him disappear. So he did." My grandpa said that those words were like a cold hand around his heart, that they made him feel sick to his stomach when he read them. He panicked and started shouting for Walter, but he knew deep down that there wasn't going to be a response. Whoever Walter had messed with had taken care of business, and that was the end of it. Grandpa raced back home and called the authorities, telling the cops that he thought that someone had been murdered in the cabin. Their investigation ended up yielding more questions than answers. Of course, back then, forensics wasn't exactly a super complex thing. The only clue was the blood, the knife, and the note. And Walter was never found, dead nor alive. A fact that hovered over my grandfather for probably the rest of his life. The cabin was a crime scene for a while, the officers and investigators coming through every once in a while to try to find clues, or to ask my grandfather questions, but after a little while it was released back to him to do with as he pleased. My grandpa ended up moving all of his tools and everything he needed out of the cabin. It burned everything else in it, and then boarded up the husk that he left behind. He wanted to demolish it, but he never did. I think that it haunted him too much to do so. Like, he wanted to, but then kept telling himself that maybe Walter would come back. The only time that I went out to that side of the property as a kid, my father told me the story of what happened, and I saw that the building had pretty much been destroyed by nature. Overgrown, wood rotting out, and so forth. My uncle ended up taking over the land, as my father had moved out of state, so he offered it to him instead, when both my grandparents had passed away. My uncle did end up demolishing the old cabin, so there's nothing left there now but the memories of what happened. As of today, Walter's case is obviously on ice. No evidence, no new leads, and everyone involved is probably gone by now. But whatever ended up happening to Walter, based on the state of that cabin, I have to imagine that it wasn't quick, nor painless.
If you asked me what working in retail would be like in my 20s, would you believe me if I said it included filing a police report over a toaster oven? I was working at a pretty popular department store attached to a mall for about 4 years after graduating high school. The work was fine. If you've worked retail, you'll understand that statement. Most days were good. Sometimes you got out late and had obnoxious customers, but it wasn't terrible. I could tolerate the difficult ones for the most part. Eventually, they would leave the store, but they had plenty of other places to walk around and keep them distracted, giving them the chance to calm down, which is why I liked working there in particular. But during the holidays, and especially Black Friday, I learned to hate being out in public. Customers at the mall and in my store would just become unreasonable. They locked their eyes on one thing, they had a goal set, and they refused to let anything else get in their way. The lines were overwhelming, seeing people lining up outside of our pull-down gates. We would have to wait for security to guard the door while we slid underneath it, just to make sure they didn't try to follow us in. People get crazy, and that's what leads me to this story. On this Black Friday, the theme was home appliances. That's where our largest sales were going to be this year. We did have specials and sales in other departments, like clothing and jewelry, but appliances were our focus. It was something upper management came up with after they got their predictions of what would sell best this year. Whatever. So, needless to say, some of the deals were pretty steep, and I was surprised by how many people bought a new fridge just because you could get a $100 gift card. At the time, I was working in the home goods section, so I was going to be one of the associates dealing with those people, and I was prepared to deal with some crazy that day no matter where I was stationed. For the first few hours, I was surprised at how well it was working. We had a ticket system that we were using for electronics and larger items, so we didn't have people carrying the items around, and possibly getting them snatched from their carts. Yeah, people have done that too. You took the ticket to the register that would have the barcode and serial number on it, and you took it to a room towards the front, and they went and got the item for you. Pretty smooth system. But that wasn't all the items, and not everyone was willing to be patient or considerate. I'd been walking around the aisles in my area, making sure we didn't have any spills or large messes, trying to keep them at least free of things to cause injuries or lawsuits. I heard a few voices that sounded like people arguing but trying to keep their voices low, so I started searching for them. It didn't take long before I came across two women standing uncomfortably close to each other, both gripping the same boxed toaster oven. It wasn't our cheapest model, but it also wasn't that expensive either. Just a normal-looking thing that wasn't even listed on the main event doorbusters list. One of them was an older woman, probably in her late 50s, who was red-faced and breathing heavily. The other one was maybe mid-30s. She looked a lot younger, but I could tell that she was still older than me. The younger woman, however, had this eerily calm expression that sent warning bells ringing. I'd seen that look before in a lot of my friends, and others close to my age. It's that look of confidence before the exact opposite that you're expecting to happen happens. I approached them, but still kept some distance between them, and asked what was going on. The older woman turned her head and looked at me, still gripping the box. She said the toaster oven was on the shelf with a tag for like $49.99, but the younger woman is saying that she saw it first, so it was hers. The younger woman then cut her off, saying she was wrong, that it's actually on sale for $159 down from $210, explaining how she'd been watching for this specific item for a while and it was finally on sale. She then made a remark about how the older woman was just lying to try to get us to honor a mistake that wasn't there, calling the older woman cheap. They started bickering some more, so I pulled out my handheld and scanned the barcode. It confirmed the price was $159.99 on sale. I explained this to both of them and the older woman cut me off. "I don't give a damn what it says. The tag said $49.99 and you have to honor it. It's the law." Yeah, that's not how that works. There was no policy at our store about honoring something if it's in the wrong spot, and it certainly wasn't a law. There weren't even any tags on the shelves for that amount. I don't know where she saw or got the idea that this thing was $49. I tried explaining this to the older woman, and still they are tugging in the box, and the older woman says she was wanting to buy it for her grandson, saying he's been wanting one for months. Your grandson wanted a toaster oven? All I could think was, how old was he? I tried responding to her when the younger woman cut me off. "Nobody cares about your grandson," and she started laughing. That's when the older woman shoved the box at the younger one, making her fall backwards to the ground, hitting her head on a nearby cart in the process. I was shocked by what I had just witnessed. I went to help the woman up when the older one said she wanted to speak to my manager. Before she could even finish her sentence, the younger woman pounced on her, pushing me aside in the process. They both fell into a nearby display of Keurigs and coffee makers, and they both just started punching and screaming. I stood dumbfounded for a moment. The younger woman had won the fight with the toaster oven. All she had to do was walk away with her prize, but instead she attacked the other woman. I stood dumbfounded for a moment, watching the two of them until others started gathering, pulling out their phones. I walkied for help, and I tried to jump between the two of them to break it up, but they were like animals. The older woman had a firm grasp of the younger girl's hair, but the younger one was still swinging wildly at the other. It took one of our security guards and two male managers to finally pull these two apart. We had them sitting on the floor, separated, and they still continued to scream at each other about the prices and Christmas and their responsibilities as parents. I was concerned about their parental abilities. We had to wait for the police and an ambulance to show up to check them out. I saw them wrap up the younger woman's hand and patch up the older woman's face. After I gave my statement to the police, they showed me a handful of price stickers and asked if they were ours. They almost looked like those little yard sale stickers, but some had printed numbers on them and others were written on. I declined, saying we didn't use stickers like that. The cop then explained how they were found on the older woman, but she refused to say anything other than they weren't hers. It was odd, until I thought back to the whole situation. Looking over the box that started the whole thing, there was a sticker on the side of it. The same sticker the cops showed me, with a printed $49.99. This woman was really making sale stickers and putting them on things to try and get a steeper discount. This was the first time I had ever seen that. Ultimately, both women ended up banned from the store, and the company charged them for the damages. And I'll just say that it was more than $49, or even $210. Still, I'm shocked at how far people are willing to take things to try and save $50. I see similar stories on the news, and I just want to scream at these people. What is the point? I continued working in retail for a few years after that, until I got a nice office job. but I still do not understand some people's logic on Black Friday deals. Just, if you see a good deal like that, and you realize you're not the only one looking at it, let it go. Just let it go. I promise you, the jail time is not worth the money that you would save. This happened around 10 years ago, give or take about a year. I just found out about this subreddit, and I thought that it was worth posting. My friend Craig and I made plans to go hang out with our friend Jeremy and his new girlfriend. Neither of us had to work the next day, so we grabbed some beers and made our way to Jeremy's mom's apartment complex, where Jer was temporarily staying. When we got there, we went out into the woods behind the apartment complex to drink. This wasn't just a little patch of trees, but a good-sized patch of forest. For context, this was in New York State. It was a nice fall day, late afternoon, and the sun was still out. We finished the beers and decided to go get more. So we go to the store to get some more beer and head back to the apartments and enter the woods. This was autumn, and the light outside was right at that stage where it starts to very quickly fade. We underestimated just how dark it would be once we were in the woods, and how fast the light was fading away. We planned on making a fire, but didn't really count on it being so dark when we got back. So we're walking into this sort of clearing area, from where we can choose to head off in a few different directions. We're having a good time, laughing, talking, but something not too far in the distance catches my eye. It's too dark to tell, but I swear that I can see a very large figure. No, it's too big. It's probably a tree or just your eyes messing with you. So, as Jeremy is gabbing in the background, I ask Craig as an aside if he can see something standing up ahead. And he's like, "Nah, where? Oh, wait, there. Oh, crap." We were still walking, and it was becoming clear that I wasn't seeing things. There was a very large person standing in the forest up ahead, apparently facing us. So I tried to get Jeremy's attention without cluing the big guy in that we've noticed him, just in case something sketchy is going on, which I get the serious feeling there is. We tell Jeremy that there's a person up ahead, but Jeremy is in a jovial, no-chill state, and he exclaims, "Holy crap, is that Bigfoot?" We humor him and laugh, but it's clear to Craig and I that this is actually creepy, and probably not a safe situation. And it's clear that Jeremy is not understanding that. It's hard to communicate the pacing of our approach onto the guy, but essentially we had gotten too close not to acknowledge him, partially because it took us a moment to get Jeremy's attention, and partially because we weren't trying to just turn around and run like we were scared. There were 4 of us, and 1 of him after all. But this was a big guy. Not supernaturally big or anything, and not like he was jacked or anything like that. Just a naturally gigantic dude. Very tall and heavy without being particularly fat. And he was just standing there, in the middle of the forest, in the dark, alone. So as we approach this guy and just sort of say hello, Jeremy, the absolute fool that he was, gets way too close into this guy's personal space as he enthusiastically tells him about how scary he looks, standing in the woods alone. "We thought you were an alien or something, bro. I thought you were gonna jump up and blah." Jeremy mimes an extra set of teeth coming out of his mouth like a xenomorph from the Alien vs. Predators movie, all up in this guy's face. To be clear, Jeremy is not trying to be intimidating, or a jerk in any way. He's trying to be friendly and joking around with the guy, but he is literally leaning into this dude and practically sticking his hands in his face, with his impression of an alien. Did I mention that Jeremy was kind of a moron?
Jeremy was kind of a moron. Love you, Jeremy, but you were kind of a moron. And Jeremy's poor girlfriend, who was a few years younger than us and very shy, was clearly terrified, to which Jer was also oblivious. So, Craig and I are both standing here kind of trying to brainstorm a way out of the situation. Jeremy is clearly too dense to get it if we say that we have to go. He'd be like, "What? We just got here, aren't we having a fire?" And we were trying to seem confident and in control of the situation. The big guy says, "Oh, you guys are drinking. I got some drinks too." And he walks over to the tree line where he has a bag laying beside a tree. He reaches into the bag, and while he grabs a beer with one hand, he sneakily sort of pulls something else out with his other hand, and places it into his hoodie pocket. I'm convinced that it was a knife or a gun. Probably a knife, in all honesty. He then reapproaches us and cracks open his beer. I glance around casually, and then I notice something else. Somebody else is out here. There's someone moving along the tree line to our left, a relatively good distance away, but somebody else is here, and they're circling around as if to come up behind us. Screw this. I need to leave now. So I go, "Well, I gotta work in the morning and Craig's driving me home, so we gotta get out of here." Jeremy, in his infinite wisdom, responds with, "What? You said you didn't have to work tomorrow." I facepalm so hard on the inside. "No, Jeremy, you must have misheard me. I said I do have to work tomorrow." And Jeremy, proving there is no end to his wisdom, says, "Alright, guys. Well, it was nice hanging out with you. Get home safe." He wasn't leaving the woods with us. Craig and I started walking away, and I told him about the other person circling to get behind us, and that we needed to move. We started trying to brainstorm a way to get Jeremy and his girlfriend out of there, and decided to call him and tell him that his mom was out in the parking lot looking for him. Jeremy is terrified of his mom. Craig explains to me, and this should work. Because we clearly couldn't just call him and tell him the situation was not safe without him blurting out, "Oh, this guy isn't sketchy, I totally feel safe." Jeremy was mad at us for lying about his mom. I think his girlfriend appreciated it, though. I'm not sure what was going on there that night. I've talked to several people about it over the years, and there are a few different ideas. Did they know we were coming back? Were they waiting for us? Or did we stumble into something that we weren't meant to? Almost everyone I tell about this says, "You guys just accidentally interrupted a drug deal." But something about that just doesn't seem right. Who does a drug deal in the middle of the woods at night? I don't know. Very possibly it was just a homeless dude with no ill intentions, and another homeless dude with no ill intentions as well. But it was a very creepy and scary situation, and I just thought I would share it. So, this is something that happened to me when I was much younger. I recently watched a YouTube video that reminded me of this, and I wanted to share it with you. Back whenever I was about 8 or 9, I believe, I went to an Easter egg hunt with my family at our local church. Now, at the time, we lived in the middle of nowhere within the Midwest, and the state or county had recently started projects to expand the area. It was mostly just open acreage, but wasn't even being used for agriculture. So, I guess they just saw a lot of opportunity. Signs and fencing started going up all over where they were going to be building an apartment complex, some sort of strip mall, another grocery store, and even planned on expanding some of the roads. I was a kid, so I didn't really understand all of it. I just remember my dad not being too keen on the idea, and my mom was constantly being optimistic about it. I just thought it was cool, because our teacher mentioned that we could be getting a new school eventually.
Sorry for the run-on there, but it is a little relevant to my story. And we attended the same church for as long as I could remember. And every year, they held an Easter egg hunt as well as their normal Easter service. On this year, with one of the apartment complexes being completed and applications being accepted, the church wanted to do something bigger, to hopefully attract more attendees. They had signs everywhere, and kept mentioning that the egg hunt was going to be huge. And it was. I remember my family, which consisted of my parents, myself, and my little sister all being there. I had an older brother, but he was too old to do the egg hunt, so he was with his friends from church at the time. We all went to the yard behind the church to prepare for the hunt. The yard out back was huge. There were trees scattered within the flat grassy area, and then further back was another line of trees. I think that there was a walking path back there, but I also never went, so I wasn't sure at the time. They hid the eggs all over the place. Within the yard, in the grass, in the bushes, in crevices of trees and branches. There was a small side parking lot that was blocked off because they had a few booths over there for games and food. And there were even some eggs hidden over there too. Us kids had free reign of the area to hunt them, but were told to try to leave the ones just sitting in the grass for the very young kids, which was fine. I was very competitive at things like this, and maybe even candy motivated. They weren't all candy though. Some had small trinkets in them, coins or small bills, and some had Bible verses. So, since they weren't all candy, that meant that I wanted to get even more, to increase the chances of the candy that I got. Anyways, as the egg hunt began, my parents told me that I could go wherever I wanted, while they held back to help my little sister. So, I immediately went by the parking lot and got a lot over there. I even grabbed a few that I found from the trees. I liked to climb the tree in our front yard, so it wasn't hard for me to do the same to get the eggs. Now, because I was looking at my bag quickly filling up, it motivated me even more to continue, and I thought of the genius idea to check all of the trees. I climbed up several of them, and I found even more. This led me further away from the main group and closer to the forest of trees in the far back. And before I realized it, I had made my way in to those trees. After searching a few more and no longer finding any eggs, I decided that I probably went too deep and that I should leave. However, as I looked around, I couldn't figure out which way I had come from. Which way was the way out and which way was getting deeper. And even worse, I didn't see a path anywhere like I was expecting. I thought maybe I could remember a tree that stood out to me, one with some kind of memorable markings or anything, yet I found nothing. I continued to walk aimlessly, but it was getting me nowhere. Being so young, the only thing I had left to do was scream out and cry. I fell to the ground and sobbed for a bit, thinking of all the different things that could possibly happen. At the time, I didn't think about just continuing to walk in one direction until I found an exit. I just assumed that I would get deeper into the woods and get even more lost. As I sat there, I opened one of my eggs and I ate a piece of candy. While I did this, I heard a crunch from the ground and looked up. Near a tree that was a few feet ahead of me, there was a woman standing there and looking at me. Seeing a random person in the woods with me startled me at first, but the lady herself wasn't scary at all. Nor did she throw off any red flags. In fact, I remembered thinking that she looked like she was straight out of a fairy tale. She was wearing a wispy dress. It's the only way that I know how to explain it, as well as a fluffy and patchy knit jacket. She had long braided copper-colored hair that also looked frazzled towards the top. She had a brown burlap bag strapped to her back, and was also carrying another bag by hand. Her face looked kind and concerned, though. After my initial jump, I asked who she was, and she just asked, "Are you lost? You shouldn't be in here by yourself. But you know that already, don't you?" I confirmed that I was indeed lost and explained how the Easter egg hunt had distracted me. She slowly approached and said that she wasn't going to hurt me, and began to dig around in one of her bags. Then she sat down across from me and handed me something wrapped in paper. I stared at it for a moment, and she told me that it was a sandwich and that I could have it, as a way to prove that she was nice. Again, a few things here. I was 9 years old. I guess you could say that I wasn't really talked to about stranger danger due to the small town that we lived in, and that everybody knew everyone else. I guess they didn't really find it was necessary. I'm not sure of their reasoning, but this is me, explaining my next actions. Also, I had breakfast that morning and we wouldn't be eating until later for our Easter dinner. Combine that with running around and climbing trees, yeah, I was pretty hungry. I unwrapped the sandwich and took it apart to see that it was just bologna and cheese and mayonnaise. I didn't like mayonnaise though, so I scraped it off the best that I could and just ate it with one slice of bread. As I ate it, she just watched me with her chin resting on her hands. As I finished it, she started asking me about things such as my name, my age, if I had any siblings, where I went to school, just simple things. As I answered her, I started feeling more and more relaxed and calm. I don't feel like it lasted very long, but after some talking, I asked who she was and if she was lost too. She just smiled and said, "Oh, I'm just lucky." I remember at the time thinking that must be her name, partially because we used to have a dog named Lucky, and I told her this. This made her laugh, and she seemed happy to hear me talk about Lucky. Shortly after, she then told me that my parents were probably worried about me, and that I should go. I agreed, but then made a comment about not knowing how to get out. She gave me another one of her soft smiles, took my hand, and said that she would help me, and started leading me in one direction. We came up to a tree that had a lot of vines wrapping around it, and she stopped. She told me to keep walking in the direction that we were, and to not turn whatsoever, and to not look back. She then said I would find my way out before I could count to 100. At my age, I thought that that was an odd thing to say, but I just smiled, bragged about my counting skills, and began walking. It wasn't long after that that I found a break in the trees, and I could hear a few people shouting my name. But right before I continued walking, I heard the lady clearly say, "Goodbye, Chase." And since I wasn't good at following directions, I looked back. But the lady was gone. However, one of the reasons I looked back was because of what she had said. My name is Alexander, and I had told her that earlier. But I hate the nickname Alex, so a lot of people call me by my middle name, which was Chase. If anything, I would have expected this lady to call me Alexander or maybe Alex, but not Chase. How would she have known that? And perplexed, I continued through the trees and nearly fell over a small ledge of dirt. I saw a few people that I recognized standing around and several people shouting my name, including my mother. She sounded frightened, so I shouted back for her and everyone turned to look at me. My mom ran over to me and asked where I had been, and I just told her that I got lost in the woods. She quickly disciplined me for going in there, but then just asked if I was hurt or anything. I shook my head and told her about the lady that had helped me out. She looked at me confused and looked back towards the trees, but then just picked me up and brought me back over towards the church. The thing I hadn't realized at the time was that it had been several hours since I went into those woods. It certainly didn't feel like I was gone that long, but that's why everyone was so concerned. They were about to call 911. Later that night, I tried to explain to my parents what had happened, and I described the lady that helped me. I remember the look on their face was one of disbelief at the time, probably thinking that I exaggerated some details, but it was all real. Every detail I remember about her was so vivid that I have not forgotten. I've been in those woods since I've gotten older, both alone and with my older brother, but I've never seen that woman again. I've even talked to other people that have gone into those woods, and they said they've never experienced anything like this before. However, since that experience, every time I've gone in there, I've had this strong sense of peace and felt safe. Like there's someone that is always watching over me. I have a really weird and creepy story from when I was a kid, and I really don't know what it was that I saw, but whatever it was not human. On top of that, I want to start this story with what I guess would be a trigger warning. This story is not a happy one. It does not involve a happy ending, but it does involve my childhood dog. If you choose to read this one, this should serve as a warning to your listeners that if they can't stand things happening to dogs, it's recommended that they skip this story. So, this story happened back when I was a kid. I believe that I was around 10 years old at the time, give or take a year. I'm in my 50s now, so it was a subjectively long time ago, to be honest. I'm sorry that I can't remember the exact year that this happened. At this time, I lived with my parents, my big brother, and my pet dog, Aries. Aries was a small dog, smaller than a retriever but bigger than a Shih Tzu. I don't remember what exactly he was, mostly because he was pretty much just a mutt. But he was a good dog, and he was very protective of me and my brother. When I say protective, I mean really protective. When my uncle came over, if he tried to give me or Brian a hug, Aries would bark and try to bite his leg. That was actually why we called him Aries. He was like a little warlord, attacking anything that he didn't want near his family. Now, where we lived wasn't heavily populated, but I can't say that it was completely desolate. Just that there weren't many houses in the area. There were a lot of woods, however, and with the woods come things like coyotes, foxes, and things like that. I'd seen all that in my few years alive, and I knew what they were, how they looked, and what they sounded like when they cried. There were also claims of wolves and wildcats living in the woods near the house too, though I had never seen any of those. This may all sound like I'm just rambling, but I'm trying to show that I knew what all these things were, and if what I saw was one of those, I would have most likely been able to identify it. The first time that I saw this thing was one day when I was outside playing after school. It was the middle of autumn, and the leaves were starting to turn color, and it was starting to get a bit colder. I was out back, swinging a stick, probably pretending that I was a knight and battling for my made-up kingdom, when I heard what sounded like a person crying out behind my yard. This didn't sound like a child. It sounded like an adult was weeping out in the trees. Like they wanted to sob, but they were controlling themselves and holding it all in as best as they could. I remember that this caught me off guard, and my curiosity ended up getting the best of me. I needed to know why there was an adult out in the woods and why they were crying. I went over to the back of the fence, and I looked out into the woods, trying to see if I could find the person that was crying. At first, I couldn't see anything. But after kind of glancing around the trees, I noticed that there was what looked like a man standing out in the woods near one of the trees, and I remember chuckling to myself because he looked like he was naked. Again, I was like 9 or 10, so
It was just kind of funny to me that this person was standing naked out in the woods like that. But as I kept staring, something about him felt wrong. He looked like he was too skinny to be alive, really. Like, his skin was the only thing blocking his skeleton from the wind. And as quickly as I thought it was funny, I started feeling a bit scared. It was at this point that Aries started growling and barking at the person, and as soon as he did, this thing turned around to look at me, and I will never forget its face. It was flat, like there was no nose. His eyes were dark black. His mouth looked larger than a normal person's, and it looked like he had fangs, or sharp and really cut teeth. I could see all of this from where I was standing, and he wasn't anywhere near me. And that should tell you how much of an impact that visual had on me. I freaked out. I immediately ran back to the house. Aries was following me, but he was also stopping and barking at the back of the yard every few steps. But after a few moments, he ran with me back to the house. I had no idea what to really do with this event, so I just kind of sat in my room and had what I now know to be a panic attack. This thing was terrifying. It looked human, but it definitely wasn't. And it wasn't any of the aforementioned creatures. I remember my brother coming into my room and asking if I was okay, because he said he could hear me crying from his room. Which was a surprise to me, because I wasn't even aware that I was actually crying. I told him that I saw something in the woods that scared me, and when I tried to explain what it was, he said that it sounded weird, but that it probably wasn't a big deal, that it was just a sick animal or something. He was older than me, so I assumed he was probably right, but deep down, I knew that that was wrong. Now, if that was the only time that I ever saw this thing, it would have been one too many times. But it wasn't. And the next time that I saw it was where things got worse. I want to add again that this second time is the disturbing event that I mentioned earlier, and this is your fair warning that things did not end well. The second time that I saw it was about a week later. I was out back again, just sitting on my slide and staring out into the woods. After I saw that thing, I was actually scared to do much outside, but my parents were the type to tell me to go play outside all the time, so I would pretty much just sit there and stare out into the woods, seeing if this thing would come back. And unfortunately, it did. This time it was a lot closer. I was watching the trees and I noticed that this thing was standing out in the woods, basically just crawling on its knuckles. This time, in a moment of stupidity and bravery, I actually shouted at it, telling it to go away. I don't know if I thought that this thing would understand me or what, but that's what I did. When I shouted, this thing turned to face me, and it started to do its weird crawl, walk motion in my direction towards the fence. Unfortunately, this was enough for Aries to freak out. He actually ran towards the fence and dug out the small spot in the corner and went under the fence out into the woods, barking aggressively and chasing this thing. The creature did start to run, I guess further into the woods, but Aries was unrelenting, and he kept chasing him. I started shouting for him, but he completely ignored me. I ran back to the house, and I shouted for my dad, saying that Aries got out and was chasing something into the woods. I wanted to tell him that it was some kind of monster, some human-like beast, but the only word I could get out of my mind was something. I won't bore you with the conversation and how we went out to call for him beyond saying that my dad jumped the fence and went out into the woods looking for him while I stayed at the fence. After a while, he told me to go inside and get my mom, and to stay inside until they came back, which I did. I later found out that the reason he told me to get my mom and stay inside
was because he did find Ares, but what he found wasn't pleasant. They both explained to me that Ares was unfortunately gone, and they then had to explain that things like this happen sometimes in nature. I tried to describe what the thing was that I saw, but they basically told me that it was likely something like a wolf that had gotten to him. I was insistent, but they just dismissed me and told me that they would bury him out in the woods and that it would be okay. Obviously, I was devastated. Ares was a good boy. He just wanted to protect me, and whatever the hell this monster was had killed him. That was actually the last time that I saw this thing, and unfortunately my family just accepts that it was probably a wolf or something, and Ares just wasn't big enough to hold his own. But I know that's wrong. I know that this thing was some sort of humanoid monster, not a wolf. I hate that this whole thing was probably my fault. If I hadn't shouted at it, it probably wouldn't have started approaching, and Ares probably wouldn't have gone after it. But I can't blame myself. Ares was trying to protect me from this thing, and he did his job, as it never did come back. I will always love and honor that pup as being the guardian that he was, and I will never forget what that thing was that I saw. That horrifying face and the disgusting frame that this thing had as it slowly approached me that day. Hello, Raven. I've been trying to submit this story for a while now, but never have been able to put into words, and I'm sorry in advance that it's so long. I'm almost 21 years old, female, and have always been sensitive to the paranormal. The reason why I have never been able to put this story into a story format is because it has left me so scarred that every waking moment I beg to whatever gods exist that it never happens to me again. I know to some people that this may not seem like it's a lot. For some background, I am Mexican and Native American mixed with European, and I grew up believing in Native American and Hispanic folklore, and I knew what to not mess with to not activate any of these creatures. I know this already sounds like I'm a madman, but just hear me out. I'm going to keep all names confidential, but you will need to know the name of the town I grew up in, San Juan Bautista. This town was primarily Native Americans and Hispanic population before it was colonized and became part of the El Camino Real, which was where the Catholic churches went along the entirety of California and built missions to convert these people to Catholicism. If you're a Californian and see those bells on the side of the highway, you know what I mean. Anyways, the earliest paranormal experience I had that I can remember was when I was in first grade or kindergarten. I don't remember the exact age. I attended an after-school catechism at the San Juan Mission. I used to always hear whispers whenever I would step foot in the little small graveyard in the back of the church. It was so eerie. It was covered from the sun by tall oak trees, and these graves were at least 200 to 100 years old. Old wooden graves with a giant white wooden cross that stood directly in the middle of all this. We were always allowed to play here for some reason. I always hated it. I always got this weird feeling of never being alone, even if my classmates were far gone. It wasn't until I was older that the graveyard was no longer accessible. I then found out that they discovered many Native American bodies stacked onto each other buried in this yard. Because of this occurrence, I always wondered if that is the reason why I began experiencing what I did. Maybe I accidentally stepped on a grave. Maybe I picked something up that I shouldn't have. I don't know. I was too young to remember. After this, I began experiencing what I now know as shadow people, and some I still cannot identify. Whenever I would go to my great-grandmother's house, I slept in the second-story bedroom that faced directly at the town cemetery, still in San Juan. To keep it short, I always experienced shadow people, but this particular night in 2020 led to a whirlpool of a crap show. I always knew her house was haunted. She always said it was too. The first was me walking into her bedroom. The lights were off, her cat was waiting for me at the edge of the bed, and all of a sudden a bottle cap goes flying off of her dresser and hits the cat directly in the head. The cat starts hissing and running around, and I had the worst gut feeling. I dropped all of my bags and ran and told her. No, I didn't bump the dresser, it was on the other side of the room, and it flew further than it should have. And no windows were open either, so there was no air draft. The next time I spent the night, I went straight upstairs to drop my bags off so I could eat dinner with my sister and my grandmother. Before I could even turn the lights on, I felt uneasy. It doesn't help that my grandmother has a collection of porcelain baby dolls, like in the horror movies. It once again felt like someone was watching me. As soon as I turned on the lights, I saw a horrible face in the only window in the room, but it was blacked out. I only saw a grin on the face, and its neck was so elongated. As soon as it saw me, it flew down the window and disappeared. I nearly had to change my underwear. I ran downstairs and told them, which caused us to sage the house. I cannot figure out what the entity was to this day. This is a second-story window. Its neck must have been extremely long, and that's just disturbing to think about. Of course, here and there I would experience other little things, but about a month or so after that, it was already the beginning of 2021. I finally was able to move back into my mom's house. She's a nurse and was dealing with COVID patients and didn't want us exposed. Mind you, my mother's house is brand new, but it's built on top of land that I have no clue if there's any significance. This is where the bad stuff began. I very much so believed I dragged in bad spirits. These occurrences happened to me 1 week after another. The first week began with me babysitting my little brother. He was around 3 or 4 years old. Anytime he would wake up from a nap, and I would immediately take him to my room from my mother's, so I could continue playing Red Dead Redemption probably, he would begin to look up at the corner of my ceiling and scream at the top of his lungs, and point. And I mean scream crying, to where he couldn't have even gotten a breath in. Of course, being like 16 at the time, I didn't know what to do, so I began to panic while also trying to shush him, because it was so abrupt. I would leave the room and he would be fine, but the second I stepped back in, he would point at that same spot and cry. I would have to call my then stepfather or mom to rush home because I was so terrified. The following week, I invited my friend over. Let's call her Tessa. Tessa was also into the paranormal and wanted to do a Ouija board to see if we could talk to whatever spirit it was that was clearly following me, because I was non-stop hearing things and seeing these shadow people. I think that was the stupidest thing we could have done. We had no clue how those boards worked. I knew how to cleanse my own space and ward off spirits, but I didn't know about the whole closing of portals situation. Anyways, we waited until the prime hour, 3 a.m. We got all of our candles, our boards, and some snacks to hold us off. We began to use the board, and unfortunately, nothing really happened. It maybe moved on its own a few times, but it never spelled anything out. Out of frustration, I guess we just tossed the board in the closet and went to bed. I was having a very hard time sleeping. Tessa passed out immediately, and I began to hear a very, very loud scratching noise against my garage door. My window was above the garage door, so I can see the door and if there's anything outside. but there wasn't. It kept getting louder and louder, to the point where, by the time I got the courage to look at my phone, it was already like 7 a.m. The second I heard my mom wake up, I ran downstairs and asked her to please let me see her phone so I could watch the security cameras that we had. Absolutely nothing. There was a bush outside the garage door, and the bush wasn't moving at all, so that rules out the wind pushing the door. And the audio didn't pick anything up either. I legit thought I was going crazy. Another week passed, and I really thought I was in the clear for not being crazy, but of course, it happened again. I was playing video games with friends late at night, prime COVID activities, when we decided to hop off because we had Zoom classes in the morning. I went to the bathroom to wash my face, doing nightly routines, etc. Now, for some layout. My bedroom and my little sister's bedroom were directly next to each other, but the bathroom was on the left side of both of our rooms. Our room was closest to the bathroom. Anyways, as I'm on the toilet just kind of zoning out, I noticed shadows of footsteps outside of my door. We always kept the lights dimmed to a low, but enough to see so that the little ones won't trip if they got up in the night. I assumed it was my brother or sister, but the footsteps started to get louder, like running, and it was going back and forth past the door. That's when I began to freak out because, what the hell? That's when I noticed the time was around 3 a.m. After waiting for the footsteps to stop, I ran out of the bathroom, and as I ran out, I could see clear as day my little sister and little brother sleeping in their room. I got the courage to check my mom's room, and she and my stepdad were asleep as well. I was so terrified that there was some demon or something running around my house. I got straight under the covers and hid my face. Now, remember how my little brother was scared of the corners of my room for some reason? Well, I guess I had a nightmare after finally dozing off about the corners of my room. I was walking around my room and it seemed like darkness was just oozing out of the seams of the walls. And I ran further down my house, and it kept getting darker and darker. And when I ran back up the stairs from my room, a small dark figure came out of the corners and chased me into the room. I then woke up from my sleep, and I saw the dark figure was sitting on my chest, and I couldn't breathe. It came extremely close to my face and opened its mouth and lunged at me at extreme speeds, and everything turned black. I was able to breathe again after opening my eyes, I guess, but I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I chalked it up to sleep paralysis, but it felt so real. I haven't even heard of stories of people's sleep demons moving or getting near to them like that, but I could be wrong. I saged my room and began to read some Bible verses that I knew would help. Shortly after, I was gifted a beautiful rosary by my grandparents from Italy, and all things seemed to be okay. But I was still so petrified. What was that thing? I couldn't be alone in my own home anymore without getting scared of the slightest noise. I did sage every room that I went into after, weekly, and always kept that rosary with me at all times. I haven't experienced anything paranormal in a while, and I thank God for that. I think I'm too curious to know what I was experiencing. I will always have a deep connection to the undead for some reason, and that sensitivity will never go away. This happened around the summer of 2017. I felt like I'd been having very little luck on dating apps until I came across a guy named Nathan. We matched, and he immediately messaged me. The fact that he matched so fast and sent that message was a bit abrupt, and I at first thought, hopefully this isn't a desperate call. But I decided to give the guy a chance. I messaged back and we started a slow conversation, but everything was going pretty normal. He asked me about myself, and I did the same. He seemed like a nice, down-to-earth guy. He told me that he worked a lot, and explained how he was a tow truck driver that worked all kinds of hours as he was typically on call. It made a lot of sense, because our conversations would just abruptly end, and he would respond hours later. I mean, I could appreciate the fact that he refused to have his phone out while he operated a large truck. After talking for a few weeks through text, and on the phone, and not really getting any weird vibes from him, I was really interested in a date. However, I'm dumb and shy, and would never ask, so I just waited for him to do it instead. And I guess that he did, in a way. I had been out late one night with a friend who was actually going through a pretty bad divorce, so we had drinks and just talked. I regrettably got home around midnight, kicking myself because I had to work the next day. As I slid into bed, I got a text from Nathan. It just said, "Hey." And when I responded, he apologized if he'd woken me up, and I told him that he hadn't, and that I was already awake. He then texted me again, asking if I wanted to go party with him. I clarified if he meant that night, at that moment, and he did. And I guess maybe in my slight stupor, I just laughed it off and told him that I couldn't, because I had to work tomorrow. He joked around, sort of teasing for a bit, but he didn't push it. He then wished me a good night, and I went to sleep. The next day, he messaged me again around noon and apologized for the messages the night before, but it didn't really bother me. Hell, I thought maybe he'd had a little liquid courage like me and thought that was the best way to go about it. Overall, we did make real plans for an actual date that same weekend, and I was pretty excited. We agreed on a nice local restaurant that we were both familiar with. It wasn't too fancy, which was nice, because then I didn't feel like I had to overdress or anything. I arrived there first, so I got us a booth, ordered a soda, and waited for him to arrive. However, it had been 10 minutes past our meeting time, and I hadn't even gotten a message saying he was running late. I reminded myself that he does do an on-call job, and thought maybe he had one last minute or one that was taking longer than expected. But once it hits 20 minutes, I thought I would at least message him as a sort of check-in. No response to the text. After waiting a few more minutes, I tried calling. No answer. So when it hit 30 minutes, I texted him saying that we could reschedule, but I was going to leave. I was really disappointed, but I also really liked him, and as dumb as it may sound, I didn't want to just give up that easily because of it. While I was waiting for the server to bring me my check for my one drink and croissants, he called me. He was apologizing profusely for being late, and said that he didn't realize it was as late as it was. I honestly didn't realize this until days later, but he never mentioned why he was late otherwise. He didn't even mention that he was working, or if something else came up. He said that he was almost at the restaurant if I was still interested, so I agreed to stay. When he showed up, though, I knew something was off. He didn't quite seem or act the same way he did when we talked on the phone. He was very kind through and through, but as most people do, the first thing I noticed was his appearance. His hair looked like it hadn't been washed and was kind of just sticking up everywhere. He was also wearing dirty jeans and a long-sleeve shirt that had holes seemingly cut out for his thumbs. The holes were uneven and distressed, which, to me, looked like someone put them there. Not that it was bought that way. I used to do that a lot to my hoodies when I was in high school, and that's what it reminded me of. It was also strange to see him in a long-sleeve shirt because it was summer in Arizona. I was getting overheated just looking at him. I knew it wasn't a formal place that we went to, but I honestly didn't expect to see him like this. I also told myself again, maybe he was working, and that's not exactly a clean job, so I let it go. That's surface deep stuff anyways that I wasn't concerned about. But then we got to talking, and I realized that his demeanor and attention was all over the place. We would start talking, and then he would go on a tangent about something completely off topic. He also seemed to get easily irritated at minuscule things, like how the butter wasn't spreading well enough on his baked potato. It was odd. I was really starting to feel a bit disappointed on our first date, but I tried to stay optimistic that maybe it was just a bad day. When we did actually start to eat, I noticed that he just pushed his around a bit and only took a few bites. Then he leaned in and quietly asked if I wanted to go somewhere after this and party with him. Apparently, he must have thought the date was going pretty well to ask this, but the uneasy feeling wasn't going away, so I declined. I told him that I had some things to do the next day or something to that effect, and that maybe we could try another day. He looked disappointed in this as well, but I tried to continue with our current date. Shortly after, he seemed like he had a look of realization, and said that he needed to use the restroom, excusing himself. I just finished eating and just sat there waiting for him to return, and once again I was starting to feel like I did when I first arrived. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes, and he was still not back. Now, I really did feel like a fool. I thought that he must have not really been into me, or maybe I ruined his plans by declining his party offer, so he ditched me. I called the server over and shamefully asked for the check. At this point, I was probably waiting for about 20 minutes since he'd left. I was waiting for our server to return with my card when another male server approached me, and with a bit more sense of urgency, asked me about the guy that I was with. I thought maybe they had come to comfort me, or maybe get a good story to laugh about later, but either way, I started explaining who he was. The guy interrupted me to say that he was in the restroom, on the floor, with foam coming out of his mouth. They also found a syringe on him. Their restroom had 2 stalls in them, and apparently someone else was in there, heard a thud as the door slammed open, and he fell headfirst onto the floor. I was in shock. I didn't know what to do or say. I didn't know him like that, and I sure as hell didn't know he was using anything. Before I could speak, I got up and followed them to the restroom. The server said they had already called for an ambulance, and I just stood there, terrified. I didn't really know what to do at first. This guy that I had just been talking to was most likely ODing on the restroom floor of a restaurant. After hearing someone scream for a towel or something, it finally kicked me into gear, and I knelt beside him to turn him over on his side to prevent him from choking. They then asked me to stay with him until help arrived. I barely knew him, and now I might be the last person that he sees. Paramedics quickly arrived and kept asking me all these questions about who he was, and I couldn't answer them. Hell, all I could really tell them was his first name, if that was even true. Once they left with him, I quickly went home and called my friend to help calm my nerves a bit. After we talked, I decided to go to the hospital to see how he was doing, feeling like it was the least I could do. I didn't even know if he had any family or friends that would have or should have known what happened. To sum up the visit, it was not a pleasant one. He was very angry with me. He also made it clear that he was only looking for someone to more or less get high with, and or supply him. And that's what he meant when he called me that night. And that's also what he was expecting when we went on our date. Apparently, when he saw I was a pharmacy tech, he thought that meant I could supply him. And when I turned him down, I didn't take away his need for a fix, so he helped himself in the restroom. Now, I may have been a bit smitten with him at first, but I wasn't stupid. There were no hints dropped of any sort that he was going for this, nor did I lead anything on to make him think that I was into any of that. So, yeah, he basically told me that it was my fault he ended up there, since I didn't go with him. I left the hospital, blocked him in the app, and his number, and I never heard from him again. It was definitely a weird situation that I ended up in, but I guess I'll just remove my job and be more vague about what I do in the future. I wanted to share something that actually happened to me just a few weeks ago. It still gives me shivers thinking about it, but after talking to my friends and girlfriend about it, I decided that I should share it with you since you provide me with such great content too. I'm currently living in Texas due to work. I've been here for about 3 months, and I'll be here for another 2 months at least. Sorry to say it, but I'm not a fan. I do not do well in the heat, so if I'm not at work, I'm usually lounging around at home or using the pool at the local gym. At least I have my girlfriend here with me to help me keep in a better mindset. However, during this event, my girlfriend had gone back home to Oregon to see her family, and, of course, I was alone that night and having trouble sleeping. So I wanted to try to go on a walk, hoping to just wear myself out. However, to my surprise, it was a lot cooler than I was expecting, so it immediately made my mood turn around. It was refreshing. I put in my earbuds and started on the sidewalk that lined our quiet suburban neighborhood. I continued walking down the block, and I wanted to really take advantage of the cool air, so I rounded the corner and thought I would walk around the new cul-de-sac that they were developing. They had the foundation laid for 3 of the houses, and the walls on one, but that was about it. But going around the back of the houses, there was a walking trail that looked recently repaved. It made sense enough with the new houses being built. I took the new path expecting to go through the trees and get a serene view. I could hear the crickets chirping over my music. I only had one earbud in, but there were so many, and it was pretty loud. The moon was shining right above the trees, giving the only light source back there. I was just taking in the unusual but welcoming night, until I started to get this weird feeling in my gut. It was the same feeling you get when someone's watching you, or when you know someone is looking over your shoulder. I took out my earbud, stopped where I was, and looked around to see if I could spot someone, or something, looking at me. I didn't immediately see anything, so I continued to walk with my guard up just in case. As I continued forward, I was watching the trees, noticing the imperfections in the trunks, when I saw what I thought was just a twisted trunk until it moved. This stopped me in my tracks. I started staring at this shadow, squinting and straining my eyes to make out what I was looking at. The moonlight was working in this thing's favor, as all I could see was a dark shadow. As I stared at it, the earlier feeling I experienced was now more intense, making me feel pretty uneasy. My first thought was that maybe I walked in on something I shouldn't have. Maybe they were going to try and rob me. Or maybe it was just someone doing the same thing as me and I startled them. I thought the best thing to do was to acknowledge their existence, so if they were planning on something bad, Maybe they would think twice if they knew that I knew they were there. So I simply said, "Good evening." When the figure didn't respond, it made me feel even more on edge. I was no longer feeling comfortable walking any closer to them, let alone passing them, so I took a few steps backwards, ready to turn back. However, something was telling me not to turn my back to this thing. I pulled out my phone, ready to turn on the flashlight and hopefully get a video, just in case something happened. But before I could, the shadow finally moved. The movement was unnatural. It was choppy, almost like I was watching a skipping video as this thing reached its hand straight up towards a tree. As I watched its arms, I could see this thing had claw-like fingers at the end of its hands. It seemed to turn towards the tree, letting me see what I think was the side profile, and its spine looked twisted. But one thing I didn't notice until it started moving was the stench. It started as just a sickly sweet odor reminiscent of decaying leaves, but quickly turned into a putrid smell of sulfur. The smell quickly found its way down my throat, making me gag. Between this weird, unnatural smell and this inhuman creature in front of me, I was now shrouded in a sense of dread, and I told myself that I needed to get the hell out of there. I started walking backwards as fast as I could, until I saw the creature seemingly climb up the tree on all fours. It looked like a cat climbing up a tree. My fight or flight instincts finally kicked in full force, and I ran. I kept looking back to make sure that nothing came up behind me, and thankfully nothing ever did. I got out of those trees and was now back in front of the cul-de-sac. The smell was gone, but with my senses now elevated, I realized I could no longer hear a single cricket. I could hear them across my entire walk, but now the air was still and silent. That made me feel like I still wasn't safe, so I quickly walked home, looking in every direction the whole way. When I finally stumbled onto my front porch, I quickly went inside, locking all the doors and turning all the lights on. I didn't want to be in the dark alone anymore. That walk was supposed to help me sleep, and now I was wide awake with no chance of sleeping. Once it was early enough, I called my girlfriend and told her what I had seen. She was worried but thankful that I made it back home in one piece, but we both agreed to not go back there alone, and definitely not at night. What I saw, smelled, and heard is still very vivid in my mind, and it gives me the chills just thinking about it. I've always loved listening to cryptid and creature stories, but I never wanted to experience one. I have no idea what that thing was, and part of me wishes that I would have went through with taking the picture or video, but at the same time, I fear what could have happened if I had stuck around any longer. My 3-year-old son suffered from chronic ear infections last year, which led to him having high fevers. I slept with him on this particular night because I needed to give him Tylenol throughout the night to keep his fever down and keep him comfortable. I set my alarm to wake me up at around 2:30 a.m. When I woke up, I went into the kitchen to get the Tylenol. I noticed a bright light shining into the apartment from our deck door, which also illuminated part of the woods behind my apartment. When I went over to see what it was, it turned out to be a car with those bright LED headlights in the parking lot to the far back right of the apartment. I figured they were dropping someone off. I saw the movement of what resembled a dog walking around near the woods. I started to think that the lady who usually walks her dog, a cute little corgi, in that area purposely faced her car in that direction so she could see while she walked her dog. As it got closer, I realized that there was nobody out there walking a dog, and there was no dog. I don't know what it was I saw, but I'll describe it in the best way that I can. At first, it looked just like a dog, corgi-sized. But as it walked closer, it looked like your average house cat. Then it looked like a black bear, and then it looked like a koala. I live in North New Jersey, farmland and lots of woods, and there are no wild koalas here. At this point, my heart is pounding out of my chest, and I'm scared. The fear I felt was like a primal type of fear that I have never felt before. I ran to my bedroom to wake up my boyfriend, and I shook him awake very roughly. I said, "You gotta come see this." He was a bit annoyed with me. When we look outside together, we see this thing getting closer, and it looks like a skunk now. White stripe down the center with the perky, fluffy tail. I said, "Oh, it's just a skunk," with a little chuckle. I felt a bit embarrassed that I woke him up over a damn skunk, but at that moment I also felt relieved. However, I was mistaken. As it walked, it looked as if it was struggling to find a form. I thought it looked like it was falling apart, but also coming back together again at the same time. I know this doesn't make sense, but it's hard to find the words for what we saw. After the skunk formation, it looked like a person crawling on the ground with some type of fur or skin attached to them around the legs. Then it changed again and looked like a raccoon, groundhog, black bear, cat, koala, deer, and skunk. The part that stuck out to me the most was that, whatever it was, it seemed to be coming apart or shedding, but at the same time, it was growing. Whoever had their headlights on turned them off as it went deeper into the woods. This happened pretty quickly. I'd say it was only a couple of minutes from start to finish. He ended up going back to bed, but I couldn't sleep after that, so I grabbed a flashlight and shined it into the woods to see if I could see it again, but it was gone. I also opened the door to see if I could hear anything, but I couldn't. It was very quiet. I had a hard time going back to sleep that night. My boyfriend wasn't scared, but he was confused and stunned. He didn't know what to make of it. I was scared and creeped out. I know if I hadn't woken him up to see it for himself, he most likely would not have believed me, and would have chalked it up to me being groggy from just waking up, or it just being an animal. Unfortunately, I know what I saw, and I'll never forget it. I was 14 when I learned that monsters don't always look like monsters. Sometimes they're so good at pretending to be normal that only children and animals seem to be able to see right through them. This happened to myself, my mother, and my sister, but I'm going to be vague with the location and names because it was a pretty serious situation, and I don't want people to potentially try and look me up. However, I do like sharing it, even though like is an odd word to use here, because it's a great reminder for others to truly trust your instincts, or the instincts of others for that matter. Back in the early 2000s, I think it was 2004, my mother planned a vacation for the three of us. My parents separated a few years prior, and because he was kind of a deadbeat, we moved in with our mom. We were living at my grandparents' house for about a year, and then my grandparents helped my mom get a small house for us. I know things were a little tight at first, but it wasn't too bad. My dad never had a stable job. He would get fired or just quit saying he wasn't happy with it, but was never in a rush to find a new job. I may have been young, but I could tell that it was a struggle for my mother. She worked long hours, trying to work extra just to get as much money as she could. Finally, After my mom had to bail my dad out for a DUI and resisting arrest, she left him. Having our own place was a relief. There were no fights, nothing being thrown and broken, and no scraping together money for food after having spent it all on alcohol. We were happy, and all were doing pretty well. My mom even had her glow coming back to her, and it made me happy. So, after about a year in our new place, my mom had saved up enough for us to go on a family vacation. Just 3 of us. We all enjoyed going to the park or going fishing together, so we agreed that a road trip to a national park would be perfect for us. We even went shopping for some good supplies and hiking clothes and shoes. We made plans to hike through this park, stopping at one of the gazebos for lunch and then continuing on. We even found out they had fishing pole rentals, so we could fish there too. We were all very excited for this. As I mentioned, it was myself, a 14-year-old female, my younger sister Bailey, who was 11, and my mom going on a trip. We were at the entrance checking our packs, making sure we had everything when he approached. He was wearing what you would normally expect someone to wear at a large hiking park. He introduced himself as Dave, and asked if we were from around here. My mom said no and explained that we were here on vacation. Dave explained how he was from the state, but that this was one of his favorite parks because of the views from the top of the cliffs. As he continued to talk, I could see my mom was intrigued by the guy. It was the look on her face when she got that male attention that made her feel special. I couldn't say that I understood at the time, but as an adult, I do now. However, something about him made my skin crawl. I didn't know what it was. He seemed really nice. He said all the right things to my mom and to us, but when he looked at Bailey and I, his eyes just felt wrong. It wasn't simple eye contact, but more like a predator watching its prey. Every time he glanced in our direction, my stomach would churn. He talked my mom into letting him walk with us, which I didn't approve of. I was already upset that this was now becoming less of our mother-daughter vacation, but it was because of this guy, of all people. He offered to show us a less traveled viewpoint, and my mom was intrigued. I tried squeezing my mom's hand to get her attention and tell her that I didn't want to, but she just looked at me, smiled, and mouthed, "It's okay." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that as long as she was around, we were safe, but this guy was not right. And it was clouding my confidence and clouding my mother's judgment. For about an hour or so, we trekked along with this guy doing his damnedest to woo my mother. He was telling her the history of the park, told her about his childhood and going there with his mother. The whole time, Bailey and I refused to leave each other's side. I could tell by her eyes that she didn't trust this man either. We both tried everything we could to express our discomfort to our mom, praying that she would telepathically understand, or at least sense how uncomfortable we were feeling, but nothing seemed to work. Dave just continued to smile at us and include us in the conversation, no matter how much we ignored him. But then we had one last chance to convince our mom. We stopped at a shelter to have lunch when Dave mentioned another trail that had an amazing view of the mountain, but it was a short drive away. He offered to take us there, or said that we could follow him out there, claiming it was a view you had to see when you visited this state. I just remember how scared Bailey looked, and she shook her head at me. I knew that I had to be the problem child. I immediately cut them off to shout, "No, Mom! This was supposed to be our trip!" My mom looked at me surprised by my outburst. I told her that neither of us wanted to go anywhere with this guy. My mom grabbed my hand and squeezed it, and she apologized to Dave. She told him how important this trip was for us, and would talk it over with us first. Dave again smiled and said that he understood. He said that he would continue down the trail, but if we wanted to go, he would meet us at the entrance in about 2 hours. My mom agreed and said that we would meet him there. He waved at us and said that it was nice to meet us and then walked off. Once he was out of view, I told my mom how I felt. I remember being almost in tears as I told her how I felt about this guy. I would look over at Bailey for affirmation and she just kept nodding in agreement. To my surprise, my mom nodded and said that she understood. She explained, as we ate, how she started getting an uneasy feeling herself but had been fighting it, not wanting her trust issues to ruin a friendly interaction. She promised that she had no intentions on going with him outside the park, and there was such a huge relief when she said that. She suggested that we eat fast, that way we could hurry back to the entrance before the 2 hours and leave before he got there. I never choked down a sandwich so fast in my life. We all walked the rest of the trail determined to get back quickly. We hardly stopped to look at our surroundings, which was disappointing, but I also understood. I just wanted to get out of there. When we reached the parking lot, Mom told us to get in the car and lock the doors. I didn't know what she was doing, but I watched her walk to the building at the entrance. I remember going there when we first arrived. You could buy souvenirs and supplies there, so I thought it was odd that my mom chose to stop in there. I was nervous, constantly looking around, hoping that Dave wouldn't show up. Finally, my mom came jogging back to the car. She smiled at us and said everything was fine and that we were out of there. I was happy when Dave finally walked away, but leaving that park without seeing him again lifted such a huge weight off of my shoulders. I honestly felt like there was something sinister about him. Something that I had no proof of, but I knew that he was bad. Hang in with me here because this is relevant, I promise. Several years later, when I was 19, I was sitting at home with my mom on a day off. Bailey was still in school. We'd been watching one of those true crime shows. I don't remember which one, but it was similar to America's Most Wanted. What I saw nearly sent me into a panic attack. I heard my mom make a sound and I looked up at the TV. There, on the screen, was Dave. Except his real name wasn't Dave. He was wanted for the murders of a mother and her 2 daughters in a neighboring state. What's worse, the murders happened just 2 months after we met him. And to make it worse, they were on vacation, not from that state. Once that episode was over, with no update on it, I ran to the computer to look him up by the name given from the show. Since it had aired, he had been arrested and had confessed to the murders. I thought I was going to be sick. This man that walked with us several years ago at that park, the man that offered to drive the 3 of us somewhere secluded, had killed a mother and her 2 young daughters. That, very easily, could have been us. There were new articles from the state the women were from, and where they were found, detailing what happened, what evidence there was, and it was all just so eye-opening. I remember yelling at my mom about it. I wasn't exactly mad at her, but more so just scared about the entire situation. If my mom hadn't refused his offer, where would we be right now? And that off feeling my sister and I had that whole time, there was a reason for it. We just didn't know at the time. I ended up calling some kind of non-emergency number for the state that he was charged in to try and figure out where I could report our experience. I knew he was already locked up, but since he may have tried a very similar thing on us that he did with his victims, I wanted it on record. I was able to get a hold of somebody, and I told them everything we remembered. but I never heard anything else from them, so I don't know if it made a difference. I also learned, at that time, that my mom had gone into that building to report to someone there that there was a strange man following us and trying to get us to leave with them. I'm still curious if they ever found him there, too. Hell, I'm curious if there were more victims that haven't been found and that he hasn't mentioned. It's truly a terrifying thought, and the guilt of knowing we were lucky to get away from him, but couldn't do anything about it either, has been something that has always weighed heavily on my mind. Now that I'm an adult, I still go on walks or hikes with friends or my husband, but that experience has always stuck in my mind. Now, if I ever get that off feeling, I don't question those instincts. There's a reason that it's telling me to run, and I would rather get out of that situation first, before I question it. So, I have a story about when my girlfriend and I broke up, back in the late 90s. I'm happily married now, with a kid, so it doesn't bother me as much to talk about it, but there was a point in time where this story really bothered me. Not because it was super creepy, but because this person I was in love with was so quick to turn, well, crazy. A small bit of context. This was the late 90s. I was about 23 at the time of this happening. I was dating this girl named Maddie, and I was genuinely in love with her. We'd been dating for 2 years at the time of all this. We didn't live together, but we did stay at each other's place a few times. She still lived with her parents, which made that a bit awkward, but there was nothing beyond that. We hadn't spoken about our future together or anything like that. We didn't mention marriage or kids, and at no point was there any indication, at least for me, that she was unhappy with things. As far as I could tell, we were a decently happy couple. We were still young, still had a lot going on in life, and we saw each other pretty frequently. I was happy with how it was, and sure, I wanted to consider moving forward with her, maybe moving her into my place to see how that went, but I wasn't in any rush, and I thought that would be a future issue. And the story starts in the dumbest way, with a scratch-off ticket. I had stopped at a gas station to fill up my tank one night, and for some dumb reason, I had bought a few scratch-off tickets. Much to my surprise, I had actually stopped in exactly when fate wanted me to, and I won something like $200. It wasn't much, but it was more than I'd ever won in a lottery, so I was over the moon. My immediate thought was, I should take Maddie on a date night, thinking I should go ahead and blow this $200 on a nice dinner and a movie or something. Just something to show that I appreciated her. So the next day I called her and we were talking about things, and I mentioned that we should go out that Friday. I made a comment about how the universe wanted us to splurge a little, mentioning that I had won the money on the scratcher, and she laughed and said something about it being fate. Nothing that was said was a red flag. I thought we were both joking when we were saying these things. Come to find out, Maddie was pretty well dead set on the idea of it being fate. Something I would come to find out that Friday night. So, I got dressed up in my nicest clothes, which weren't nice to be honest. Again, I was a dumb kid still at that point. I called Maddie and told her I was on my way, and then went to pick her up. She looked great. She was dressed up way beyond what I was, and I was elated that we were going to spend this time together. We decided on dinner first, that we would go eat and then check out what was playing at the theater, which sounded like a solid plan to me. She wanted to go to a decently expensive place. I agreed, told her that it was a great idea, and we headed out to eat. We got to the restaurant, I played the gentlemanly role and opened her door for her, and we walked to the front with our arms linked. Basically, we were pretending to be a wealthy couple that was madly in love, which is exactly what I wanted to do that night. We sat down, we ordered, and we talked about whatever it was that we talked about. She even ordered a glass of wine to, quote, celebrate the occasion, which was a weird thing for her to say at the time, but I didn't think much of it. We ate our food, and around the end of the meal, the waiter came with the check. I remember making a joking comment about, "Oh, allow me to get that, my dear," just being silly. I put the money in the check thing, handed it back to the waiter, and told them to keep the change. And then made a comment about how we should get going so we could check out what movies were playing. I started to stand up, and she reached out and grabbed my hand, letting out a slight chuckle while staring at me with this look of expectation. I sat back down and stared at her for a moment, just awkwardly sitting in silence, until a few moments later when her smile faded. I asked her what was wrong, if everything was okay, and she looked back to me and asked, "Aren't you forgetting something?" I looked around at the table and then around the restaurant, trying to figure out what she meant. I even checked my pocket to make sure that I had my wallet, then looked at her and said, "No, I have everything." She just stared at me like I had kicked her dog. Like me saying no was the equivalent of me telling her that I hated her and wished she was dead. And to her, maybe it was, but to me, I was just confused about what it was I was forgetting. We sat there just staring at each other for an uncomfortable amount of time, before I asked her what she actually meant. Her face became angry and she stood up and basically stomped off like a child out of the restaurant. I followed her because I was so confused about what I had done wrong. She got to my car and immediately yelled at me to take her home. I asked her what about the movie, and she threw out several expletives about how she didn't want to go to the movies, that she just wanted to go home. I said okay, and just got in the car. The second I got the car on the road, she started in on me, yelling about how I was a manipulative a-hole, how I was a jerk, how she hated me. Just so many things that made zero sense to me. I asked her what the hell I had done and why she was so mad, and she screamed something at me that I never could have expected. "You didn't propose to me like you were supposed to." I stared out at the road, my jaw clenching. She then mentioned that I had said that it was fate, that we were supposed to be together, that she expected me to propose because of my comment about the universe wanting us to go out on this date, and that by not proposing, I had manipulated her. I want to reiterate that we had been dating for 2 years, and she had never acted like this. We'd had small arguments, but she was always very reserved, and they never turned into shouting. I told her that I never said anything about proposing to her, that my universe comment was a joke because I had randomly won a little bit of money, so we could afford an expensive date, not that I wanted to get married. She started yelling about how I was supposed to propose, that we were supposed to be getting married, and then asked me if I even wanted to get married to her. Apparently, I hesitated to answer too much, because it was less than a second or two later when I felt the stinging blast of pepper spray in my face. Yes, in her infinite wisdom and anger, because I didn't immediately say I wanted to marry her, Maddie grabbed her pepper spray off of her bag and blasted me, the person driving the car at 40-ish miles per hour, in the face. Of course, we were in the car together, with the windows up, so she got hit by it too. I don't really know what her end goal was other than to just kill us both in a fiery car crash. I panicked because I couldn't see or breathe, and I tried to brake and swerve out of the road as quickly as I could, just to stop myself from smashing into another car. I ended up hitting a light pole, thankfully not at full speed. Neither of us were hurt. My airbags didn't even deploy, but my car had a good amount of damage to the front end. I jumped out of the car, gasping for air and trying to figure out what to do with my eyes, Maddie did the same, but even though she was dealing with the blowback from shooting pepper spray in a closed area, she was still screaming about how this was all my fault, how I had ruined her life. While I was standing there and trying to compose myself, I looked over and saw the red and blue lights flash as a cop pulled up. That was fun, trying to explain the whole thing to the officer. I tried to tell him that we were dating, that we'd had an argument, and that she blasted me with pepper spray. She was screaming incoherently in between coughing fits about how I had ruined her life, that she hated me, and so forth. Thankfully, my calm demeanor won out over my anger, because the officer didn't take any action against me. They helped me to get a tow truck out to the scene, and were able to get us back to my place. When he left, I asked Maddie if she wanted to come inside to talk about it, but she actually slapped me and told me that she had wished I had died when we crashed, then started walking. I know the right thing to do would have been to stop her and tell her not to walk home. It was a pretty good distance, several miles, but I didn't care anymore. I told her to have a nice life, and I went inside my apartment. Then I took a shower and went to bed. Then I woke up the next morning to someone banging on my front door. When I answered it, it was Maddie's dad, and Maddie was standing there behind him crying her eyes out. I asked what he wanted, and he started yelling at me about how I had almost killed his daughter with my irresponsible driving, that I should have driven her home, blah blah blah. When he was finished, I simply asked him if she had told him that she pepper sprayed me while we were driving and that was why we had crashed, and that when the tow truck got us here, she slapped me and walked away when I invited her in, so that she didn't have to walk home. He paused, looked back at her, and asked, "Why did you pepper spray him?" Since she wasn't answering, I did. I told him about how she was mad because I didn't propose to her at dinner, so she maced me. He looked shocked at the whole thing, which told me that she hadn't told him about any of it. He asked her if that was true, and she just nodded slightly. He looked back at me, then her again, and let out a heavy sigh before mumbling an apology and leaving. I'm not sure what she expected out of that situation, but it definitely did not go her way. Thankfully, that was the end of our relationship. She tried to call me to apologize, but I just told her that she could have killed us both with what she did, and that I couldn't be with someone that was so willing to do something so stupid over such a small disagreement. And that was that. Thankfully, I wasn't hurt, and she wasn't hurt. But we both now have knowledge of what it's like to be pepper sprayed. I ended up shelling out a good amount of money on my car to get all that fixed. The damage wasn't too extensive, so it was what it was. I moved on, found someone else, and now I'm married and very happy with my family. I hope that Maddie found her soulmate, and that they believe in fate like she does, and that she never decided to mace another boyfriend for not asking her to marry him at the exact time that she expected it. This happened to me and my sister back in the early 2000s, but it's still fresh in my memory as it still creeps me out. At the time, I was 12 and my sister was 6. Even though we had several years between us, we were always super close. We did everything together, shared all of our toys, rarely fought, and we also loved playing outside and pretending to be explorers. We would climb trees and collect leaves and branches, crawl under the porch and look for rocks and bugs. We loved trying to make houses out of mud and the supplies gathered for our dolls, and just always had a creative and imaginative mind. So, when my little sister, Katie, started talking about an imaginary friend, no one, including my parents and myself, were surprised, nor did we think it was odd. Katie started bringing up her friend when she was moved into her own room. She technically always had her own room. It was just a nursery, but due to health concerns when she was born, she pretty much stayed in my parents' room until she just randomly decided that she would stay in her own room. It literally went like that. We were getting ready for bed, she went to her own room, and she said she wanted to sleep in her own room. So, they converted her crib into a normal bed, and she started staying in there. So, now I would walk by her room to go to mine, or intentionally be going to hers, and I would hear her talking. I figured she was just playing with her dolls and would walk in her room and ask what she was doing. She would respond saying that she was playing with my friend. At my age, I assumed that she meant her dolls, and then we would continue with our plans. Then, there was one time later at night where my mom told me to go get my sister since dinner was ready. I started towards her room and noticed that her door was cracked open. I was preparing to quickly open the door to scare her, but again, I heard her talking. This time it sounded more conversational, and she seemed to be explaining to someone how to do something. So, instead, I slowly opened the door and saw her standing near her window putting her toys on the ledge. I asked her what she was doing, and she again said that she was playing. I asked her who she was talking to, and she said, Jimmy. I was curious myself, so I asked, who's Jimmy? And she claimed that he was her imaginary friend. I thought that it was kind of silly at my age, but I just went along with it. I asked her how she met him, and she explained how he just showed up in her room one day, and that he wanted to play with her. It sounded like a true story for an imaginary friend, so I left it at that. We had several incidents like that, where she would be talking to someone and she would say it was Jimmy. Even while we were around our parents. She would say things like, oh, that's Jimmy's favorite color, and Jimmy is afraid of that. I like to play dolls with Jimmy. We all thought it was cute and creative and just left it where it was. I even recall one time when I was playing with Katie in her room, she mentioned Jimmy and I said that I can't wait to meet him one day. She seemed very happy and said that he wanted to meet me too. Being that he was imaginary, I asked her where he was, and she told me, well, he's not here right now, but he should be later. So, okay, maybe she just didn't feel up to pretending at that point. So, life goes on as normal for all of us, and before we know it, summer has snuck up on us, giving us more time to play. One day, when we were playing outside, we had started a whole game similar to what I mentioned prior, where we were collecting treasures and making up what they could do. At one point, we stopped and we were just laying in the grass in the backyard, which kind of made us want to sleep out there too. And, thankfully for us, when we asked our parents for blankets and pillows to turn the porch into a fort, my dad gave us one better and set up a tent that we had in the backyard. I just remember being so excited to camp in our yard, and our parents weren't even going to be in there. My parents said they were going to be staying in the back room, which was like a smaller living room. And that room had a door that led to the backyard so they would be nearby in case we needed them. So, we got ready for bed and grabbed a few things to keep us busy, like coloring books and flashlights, until we fell asleep. We were pretty well nestled in our tent, singing and coloring, and we'd probably been in there for about an hour when I would say that we both were getting pretty drowsy. So we cleaned up, and we snuggled into our sleeping bags, ready to end our night. But, shortly after, I heard someone walking in our yard. I just assumed it was one of our parents checking in on us, so I said, "Hey, who is it?" in a curious and playful tone. And a voice whispered back, "It's me." I could tell that it was a man's voice, but I couldn't tell if it was my dad because of how they were whispering. However, right after he responded, Katie jumped up and quickly unzipped the tent, giggling. As she did this, we were met with the face of a man that I had never met before. However, Katie seemed excited to see this person, and she also answered some questions when she shouted, "Jimmy!" I was shocked and honestly horrified. Jimmy wasn't imaginary, but was a real grown man. He hugged my sister and I asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" And that's when he gave me a sickening smile and said, "I'm Jimmy, your imaginary friend." Like I said, I was old enough to know that imaginary friends were not real. And when I did have one, they didn't look like this. Maybe everyone was different, but mine were always close to my age, and they never had their own voice. I would give them one. Oh, and they were typically 100% imaginary. Like, not real people. I don't know if it makes sense to others, but what's important is that this guy was definitely not imaginary. Unlike Katie, I was scared. I couldn't explain why at the time, other than maybe a strange man was standing in our backyard, but then he asked if he could stay in the tent with us. Instantly, I knew this was not okay. He should not be there, and if we agreed to let him, something bad was going to happen. Unfortunately, Katie said yes, but I simultaneously said no. The disappointed look on his face alarmed me even more. I didn't know if he would try anything if I tried to fight him, so I had to think fast. I told him something about not having another blanket and pillow, so we would have to go get him one first. He said that he wouldn't need one, but I tried to perk back up and insist on it, so I just said, "No, I don't want you to get cold and not want to come back. So we'll be right back. We'll grab some more snacks, too." He smiled and agreed, telling us to just hurry back. I grabbed Katie's arm and pulled her along with me inside, and as soon as we were in, I shook my parents awake and told them about Jimmy being out in the tent. And I tried to make the most terrified face I could to let them know that this was not a joke. Thankfully, they caught on quickly, and my dad dashed out the door immediately. My mom told us to stay on the couch with her, and she was looking out the window toward the tent, so I looked too. I saw my dad enter the tent, walk around it and the yard, until he finally came back in. The guy was gone. My dad asked us what exactly happened, but his tone instantly told me that something was wrong. Katie explained that Jimmy wanted to join us in the tent, and I agreed with her story, further explaining everything. They then called the police and reported it, but, of course, he was long gone. My parents told Katie that she was not allowed to play with Jimmy again, and that if she ever saw him again, she needed to tell them immediately. But we never did see him. Katie and I have talked about this at length as we've gotten older, and we make more and more sense of it each time. She told me about how he just showed up one day at her window, and when she noticed him, she asked what he was doing. She said that he was the one that called himself her imaginary friend, and kept pushing that as a way to get her to not talk about him, or to give an excuse when people like myself or parents asked why he seemed to have such a personality for an imaginary friend. He never did anything to her, thankfully, but he told her that he just wanted to watch her sleep and she was okay with it. Sometimes I'll check police reports, offender lists, and the news to see if I ever recognize a face, but nothing so far. I guess it would probably be better if I did see his face, to at least put my mind at ease that he's not still out there, doing the same thing to other kids.
Hey Raven, I saw you asked about cave stories and I thought that I finally had a story I could share. I liked to go caving and prefer to go to new ones to change things up. Unless a cave has different paths to take and places to explore, I tend to get bored. However, I don't live near any actual caves, and the first ones I experienced were the caves in Missouri with my girlfriend at the time. They were great, and I really enjoyed them, but it made me want to see more. I wanted to walk through caves on my own, experience it, and take as much time as I wanted. This opened a new door for us, as well as future adventures. My girlfriend, Kaylee, and I started taking annual trips around our anniversary to different caves. One year we looked into some caves in Utah, and after seeing some great things about them online, we planned our annual trip to go check them out. The first one we went to wasn't too big. We were able to get through it in one day with little variation to the paths available. We saved a bigger cave for one of our last days. I had read online that this cave was pretty expansive and had plenty of different paths to check out. It should also be noted that this was not a cave that had any sort of touring path or ride in it. This was all for individual exploration. It wasn't illegal or anything, as in there were no trespassing signs, but there were signs stressing caution due to the many risks of exploring an unmonitored cave. However, this wouldn't be the first time for us, so it certainly didn't deter us. We went in with our normal gear, such as headlamps, an extra flashlight, ropes and climbing gear, a first aid kit, a multi-tool, and plenty of other things that we always brought with us. It started out as normal, walking a narrow path, climbing over some boulders and jumping deeper into crevices. Then we came across a very small hole in the wall. Some of those break off and lead into other parts of the cave that may never have been explored before. Sometimes they are created by another person, someone who is a lot more professional than us. Sometimes folks have a cave survey or map it out themselves, and they try to make their own paths to parts of the caves they couldn't get to. I've never done it myself, but I've seen others do it, which was pretty cool. Either way, I knew I needed to check it out. The only issue was, when I say crevice, I mean it. We would be crawling on our stomachs through a very small tunnel. And because we didn't know if this would lead anywhere, there was no point in both of us going, so I told Kaylee I would go first to see what I could find. Since it was a new cave, I told her that if I wasn't back in half an hour, and I wasn't responding, to get help, and she agreed. When we separated like that, we had similar agreements. We can never be too careful. We've never had to follow through on one of those agreements, thankfully, but this time it really challenged us. Kaylee told me to be careful, and I climbed in the tunnel with nothing but my headlamp. I wouldn't fit with my backpack, and I wouldn't be able to reach back and get anything anyways. I started crawling through, and the further along I went, the darker it got. If you're claustrophobic, this may get pretty difficult for you, so just a warning. As well as the tunnel getting darker, it also got smaller. It got to the point where I had to completely exhale and wiggle a few inches forward before pausing to breathe and starting again. I've done something similar before, but I at least had people with me and had an idea of where the ending was. In this one, I was going in blind. The crawling was pretty exhausting, and because of how small it was, it started to get warmer too. At one point, I stopped just to take a break. I shouted back to Kaylee to say I was alright, but I didn't get a response. I assumed I was further in than I thought I was. I finally picked up my speed some when the path seemed to open up a few inches as it curved. Finally, the tunnel opened up to a wider hole, and shining around my headlamp, I could tell there was a small cavern. It was at least big enough for me to crawl. That was one of the best stretches ever. However, the happiness was quickly shot down. First, my headlamp had flickered a few times, indicating it was running low. I didn't grab the spare battery in my backpack, thinking I wouldn't need it. Stupid me should keep it in my pocket regardless.
There wasn't much to the cavern, so I decided to go back anyways. At least I had checked it out, so I knew that we weren't missing anything. I started turning around to go back in the tunnel when I felt something drip on my face. It was water. I turned off my lamp and looked up to see if I could see light coming through. I couldn't really see one, but we were still above ground level, so it was entirely possible that it was raining and was now seeping down into the cave. This wasn't good. Sometimes it could just be a small stream, but in the worst case scenario, the place could fill. I needed to get out of there quickly because I didn't want to find out which one it would be. I jumped back in the tunnel, but this time I put one arm in front of me so I could turn my headlamp on and off to preserve the light. As I started crawling through and hit the tight spot again, it seemed to go on a lot longer than I remembered. I told myself it was just because I was tired and worked myself up with the water, and after a few breaths, I continued on. I would flick my light on briefly to see the long dark tunnel ahead and keep wiggling. I stopped again, feeling this sense of dread. I needed to calm down because otherwise this was going to get very difficult. My oxygen alone could become an issue. I again stopped and tried to get a grip. I didn't have issues like this normally, so I didn't understand why it was happening to me now. Stopping only made things worse for me. The silence in that tunnel was deafening. There was nothing, no wind, no ambient noise that we were all used to in these caves. I only heard the small pebbles falling off the bottom of my boots. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, and I could feel my heart beating in my temples. Stopping would not help me calm down, it just made everything worse. I found myself crawling faster in a panic, wanting to get out. I called out for Kaylee, but still had no response. I just pushed forward until I slammed my hand into something hard. I clicked on my lamp. It was a dead end. How could I have hit a dead end? This was the same tunnel I took, the only tunnel. The only thing I could do was scoot backwards and look around to make sure that I didn't miss a turn. That's when I remembered there was a curve. Did I take a curve? I couldn't remember. I told myself that that had to be what happened, and kept my lamp on to make sure I didn't miss anything. Thankfully, I did see a small pocket that curved to the right, and after backing up enough, I lifted myself up over the slight lip and kept going. I was starting to not think my moves through. I was just going, which was reckless. But I couldn't think straight. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. I felt like I had to have been in there for a good hour by now. This was taking a lot longer, and surely Kaylee had already run off to find help, and hopefully I would see a light soon and someone would help me on to the other end. And that's when I saw it. I had turned my light back off and I could see a faint light in the tunnel. It had to be the exit. I continued on and yelled for Kaylee when I saw what looked like a dark shadow walking by as the light disappeared and came back. I called out for Kaylee again, but no response. I was confused and upset. If I could see the light in her shadow, there's no way she didn't hear me, right? I just kept crawling until finally I reached the exit, but as I fell out, Kaylee was nowhere around. And worse yet, that wasn't where I had entered. I was in a completely different part of the cave. I stood up, took a deep breath, and stretched. Being back on my feet really made a difference. I hollered again for Kaylee, but still did not get a response. I continued walking when I started hearing the sound of rushing water. A little further into my walk, I found another tunnel, much like the one that I was in that had water flowing right through it, acting like a drain pipe. My stomach dropped, thinking that it was quite possible that the tunnel I was in was now filled with water too. I had to walk up a slight incline when I heard someone clear their throat. "Kaylee?" I once again called out. I heard shuffling like someone running, and soon enough, I saw Kaylee come around the curve, smiling but looking confused. She asked where I had come from, and I explained the tunnel. I apologized for being gone for so long, but then asked why she seemed so calm, and why she hadn't gone for help. She again looked puzzled. "You've only been gone for like 20 minutes. How the hell was that possible? It felt like I had been in there for at least an hour or two. But then there was the shadow that I had seen. I asked her if she heard me shouting or why she had been deeper into the cave, but again she declined. She looked concerned, and explained that she hadn't moved from where I entered. She hadn't even considered me coming out from another tunnel. But if it wasn't her, then what was that shadow that I saw? She said no one else had gone far into that cave. There was an older couple that entered and talked to her for a moment, but didn't want to go any further when they noticed it had started to rain. She assumed at that point that it had only been about 10 minutes, and that I was going to either turn around or just go back because of the rain. But again, if she didn't move and no one else had gone that deep into the cave, whose shadow did I see? I told her my whole experience in those tunnels. I told her how I found the small cavern pocket. I explained the water I started to feel. I explained how I somehow got lost in the shadow that I had seen. She seemed visibly worried about me, and thought that maybe being in there, in the dark and silence, that maybe I was experiencing some sort of sensory deprivation. We didn't stay in the cave after that. It can get dangerous when it rains anyways, so we left. I later learned that cave syndrome is absolutely a thing too. It's entirely possible that it was all in my head due to me being in those tunnels for so long, but I honestly don't know which is worse. Knowing that I was practically going crazy when nothing was wrong whatsoever, or that maybe I wasn't so alone in the tunnels, and there really was another unidentified person or thing in there with us that we didn't know about. This happened to me last year, and is something that still gives me the heebie-jeebies whenever I think about it. I had just moved into a cute little studio apartment downtown. It was pretty typical of a studio apartment, not huge or anything, but well built, and I was able to organize it comfortably for myself since I live alone. I was on the top floor of the building, which was a pain when I moved in, but I was pretty excited about having my own place for the first time. I had just turned 22, and my roommates and I decided to part ways after 2 years of disagreements. One night, I was home and sitting in my dimly lit work area, just working away on my laptop. It must have been around 1 a.m. My windows were open because it was a lovely night, and all I could hear were the crickets and the occasional car that passed by the building. I was getting into the flow of my work when I thought I heard something. I had my earphones in, but I had them in pass-through so I could hear the noise. I paused my music and looked around, trying to figure out what it was I was hearing. After a few seconds, it kind of clicked that it was a scratching sound, like something was scratching on wood. Initially, I tried to ignore it, thinking it was coming from downstairs or maybe it was the building settling or something, though I'm not sure why settling would sound like scratching. But it kept going. It was soft, but it was definitely there. After a few moments, my brain had honed in on it, and I couldn't ignore it. It was bothering the hell out of me. So I leaned back and just glanced around like, where the hell is that coming from? When I stood up, I realized that the scratching was definitely coming from near the front of the apartment, like near the front door. I walked over to the front door thinking that maybe I should just yank it open and confront or scare whatever it was. Maybe it was a rat or squirrel or something. But I paused and decided to just look through the viewport first to see if there was someone there, thinking that was the smarter move. I leaned forward to see if I could see anyone, but I couldn't. There wasn't anyone there. I thought that I saw a shadow off to the side, but I figured it was just the wall or something. So I stepped away and went back to my desk. Of course, that's not the end of it, because within minutes the scratching started up again. This time it sounded like whatever it was doing it more hastily, like they had sped up, trying to finish up whatever they were doing. I angrily stood up and walked over to the door and looked out the viewport again. This time there was somebody there. I could see a man that I had never seen before on the other side of my door, holding a large Bowie knife and pressing it against my door. He had this creepy grin on his face like he was practicing to be the Joker. His eyes had a 1,000-yard stare like he was looking through my door while he was running his knife across it. Obviously, I freaked the F out. I grabbed my phone and called 911, telling them there was a crazy man standing outside my door with a knife. They told me that they would send out an officer as quickly as possible. I just sat there waiting in the dark room, listening to this man scratch at my door with the knife. After a few more minutes, the scratching stopped, and I heard this weird guttural laugh, and then nothing. I stood there in silence, holding my phone in my hand, until I finally heard a knock on the door and someone yell, "Police!" I looked out again, and sure enough, there were 2 officers standing out in the hallway, looking at my door and pointing and talking to each other. I slowly opened it and greeted them, and the officer asked me if I had called in someone with a knife standing outside my door. I explained how I had heard the scratching noise, and when I looked out, I saw the man standing there with the knife. I described the man as best I could, and the officer asked me a strange question. He looked at me and said, by chance, is your name Tina? Now, my name is not Tina. It's not even close to Tina at all. I told him no. I told him my name and asked why. He motioned for me to step out and look at the outside of my door, and that's when I saw what the weirdo had been carving. There, in the blue paint, was a crudely carved heart with the name Tina in it. I had no idea who Tina could have been. It certainly wasn't me, and I didn't know the guy that did this. The officer said they would give me an incident report and that they would circle the area to see if they could find the guy, but they were as confused and weirded out as I was. After they left, I struggled to fall asleep, thinking I was going to start hearing the scratching again, but thankfully it seemed like this guy had moved on. The conversation with the rental office was fun the next day. I gave them the incident number, and I even asked if Tina was a former resident to my unit. And the answer was no. They didn't even have a Tina on any leases as far back as the office team could remember. They had never had anyone named Tina living on the property. So that's my creepy story. They replaced my door, and thankfully nothing else has happened since then. I'm a bit jumpy anytime I hear late-night noises in the hallways, though, and I've been on the lookout for Tina. If for no other reason than to let her know that some weird guy is carving her name into random 4th-story apartment building doors at like 1 in the morning. So, this story is about the weirdest night shift I ever had. Maybe not the creepiest, as I have certainly dealt with my share of creeps and people that were blazed out of their mind. Not looking down on people that deal with addiction, just saying they can do some terrifying things. I've obviously had my fair share of weird people stumble through the door on my overnight shift at the station where I work. But this night takes the cake. It was one of those shifts that kind of started off crappy. I was the only one working, because the other overnight attendant was out sick with COVID. But of course, instead of the boss scheduling someone else, he just told me to suck it up, and that things would be fine with just one person. He's kind of a cheapskate, obviously. Anyways, it's around 2 a.m. when this random guy walks into the station. Average height, a bit hefty, but mostly nondescript. He's got longer, greasy hair, but that doesn't mean much. Most of the customers on the overnight come in looking like they don't really believe in self-care. One thing I noted about him, though, was that he had an intense look on his face, like he was there with purpose. Now, I have been robbed before, and the guy had that same look, but he immediately walked to the counter and told me to give him the cash. This guy had the look, but turned and asked me if we carried RC Cola. I told him that we did, 2 liters and single-serve bottles, and mentioned that it was right by the Dr. Pepper in the second door from the left. Yes, I have the store's layout memorized. He heads over, grabs 3 bottles of RC and a bag of the TGI Fridays potato skin chips, and drops them on the counter. I ring him up and tell him his total. He pulls a few bills from his pocket. He then starts fumbling around for a moment, and then mumbles an apology. That's when I notice he's about $2 and some change short on the purchase. I figure, based on this guy's intense frustration over not having the cash, that he'd had one hell of a night already. So I tell him, "Hey man, I got $2 on me. Don't sweat it. I'll cover the rest. You just have a good rest of the night, alright?" He starts to ask me if I'm sure, saying that he could just put something back, but I wave him off, saying it's cool and to just pay it forward in the future if he can. He then gives me the biggest grin I've seen someone give. Like, I literally just changed his life, and then he reaches into his pocket. Now, at first, I'm thinking this was a test, and this guy was going to give me $100 for being kind. A guy can dream, right? But then he slides a handgun out of the inner pocket of his jacket. Yeah, a gun. And I immediately think that I'm about to get robbed again. But the way he took the gun out didn't make sense for that to be his plan. He didn't do so threateningly. He pulled it out almost carefully, respectfully even. He then gently placed it on the counter and slid it over to me. "Here," he said with his voice low and quiet. "Take this as my way of saying thanks. It'll save your life." Then, he gives me that same smile, a slight nod, and just walks out with his RC and potato chips. So, there I am, alone in a gas station at 2-something in the morning, with a dirty handgun sitting on my counter. I'm thinking that this has to be a joke. There's no way that some dude just left a gun there as a payment for me covering $2. My second thought is that something worse is going to happen, and I'm about to die like it's some kind of messed up horror movie. But nothing happens. The guy is just gone. The gun is sitting there, and for several moments I'm just staring at it in silence. I grabbed some plastic gloves from under the counter. There was no way I was touching that thing barehanded, and put the gun in a plastic bag and then placed that on the floor behind me, and called the cops. The officers arrive, and they ask about a call they got saying that someone had found a gun in the store. I had to correct them, and explain that I didn't find the gun, that I was given the gun. And they both looked at me like I was crazy or telling an awful joke. I explain what happened, and they both have this same look of, "This guy's high," on their face. But I assure them the whole thing played out just like I said. I even showed them the security footage of the guy putting it down and sliding it toward me. They take the gun, thank me, and tell me they'll be in touch if they have any further questions, and then tell me to call them if I see the guy again. The rest of the shift, I was nervous, thinking that this guy may come back for his weapon, realizing he gave it away to a stranger, but it was a relatively quiet night after that. I seriously felt crazy. Like, who gives a gun to a gas station attendant as a thank you for buying their damn potato chips for them? Here's where things got truly bizarre, though. About a week or so later, one of the officers come back while he's off duty to get some coffee. But he recognizes me, and he decides to fill me in on a bit of information. Turns out, the gun was hot. It had been stolen, and potentially used in a homicide a little while back, about 3 blocks from my gas station. They were still trying to piece everything together, but this was a huge lead for them in that case, since they now had the weapon and the guy's fingerprints on it, as well as the footage from the store. So, in the end, him, I guess, gifting me this gun was a good thing, because it helped to potentially solve a robbery/homicide from a while back. Of course, I have no idea why he thought I should have the gun, as if I wasn't going to call the police and give it to them. But maybe he really thought I wouldn't? No clue. I worked that overnight shift for about 6 months after that, but I hit a point where I wanted to change things up. So I moved to days at the same station. Thankfully, nothing more like that has ever happened since. Neither to me, nor the poor souls that work the overnights there now. There have been other weird and creepy things for sure, but nothing quite like that. Hey Raven, I wanted to share a story from when I started working at this first hospital since getting my RN license. I was delegated to an elderly gentleman, Roger, that had been in a coma for a few months. He'd been ill. His wife described him as just feeling like he had a cold. This was back in 2012, by the way. And then he was rushed to the hospital as he had a stroke, putting him in a coma. Roger had several underlying conditions, and after a previous serious health issue, he and his wife had both agreed to sign DNR forms in case anything else would happen. After he went into the coma, his wife understood the chances of him waking up, but wanted to give it some time just in case. I had met Roger when he came in for the stroke. He obviously didn't speak, but I saw him conscious and was helping where I could. The following months were pretty routine. We checked his vitals, moved him to prevent sores, cleaned him, everything we would normally do for our coma patients. Sometimes his wife Sharon was there, or a couple others that I learned were Roger's siblings. Roger was stable, but that was it. He wasn't showing any signs of improving, or coming out of the coma. So the mood of the room would shift from being optimistic, talking to Roger like he was there, to being more melancholy at times. And it was understandable. You have to remain realistic in those moments, because giving someone too much hope could have negative effects. It can be hard, and it definitely was harder in the beginning, but it does get easier. Anyways, to move on to the reason for this story. I was doing my rounds when I came across Roger's room. I went in and started my checklist of things to do. While I was writing numbers down and checking his vitals, I heard a quiet, raspy voice. Nurse? Other than Roger, I was the only one in the room, so I wasn't expecting anyone in there. It made me jump a bit, but I turned to look for the source, and to my surprise, I saw Roger with his eyes open, looking straight at me. I composed myself and smiled and asked how he was feeling and how long he had been awake. He gave simple answers, smiling, saying that he heard me come in and that's when he woke up. He said he felt tired and we had a small conversation as I physically checked him out. While we spoke, I called for assistance, telling a nurse to get the doctor since he was awake. Shortly after I called for them, I tried to ask him something else, but he held his hand up, as if to stop me, and opened his mouth to speak. No, I don't have long. Just tell Cassie to go with the pink one, please. I know that's what she really wants, and I want her to be happy. I was confused as I hadn't met anyone that visited by the name of Cassie. I was also confused by his statement. He was in a coma, but he was now awake and seemed fine. Or as fine as you could be from waking up from a 2-month coma. But before I could question him, his eyes fluttered until they closed, and he flatlined. I called for help again, coding what was happening, but when the head nurse came in, Due to the DNR request, we couldn't do much. We had to call the time of death and start the process of calling his wife and the works. His wife had just left maybe an hour or so before I was in there, as she told the nurse at the station that she was going to go home to shower and get some more clothes. She often stayed the night 2 or 3 times a week. Shortly after, Sharon, Roger's sister Barb, and a younger girl showed up in tears. Sharon seemed a bit more controlled. I think she was expecting the inevitable, which seemed to make it easier on her. We hadn't even moved Roger out yet, so they said their goodbyes there as we all finished in the room. Some people handle it better than others, but by the time the guys came in to collect Roger, they were all in better spirits, seeming to tell stories about Roger. We told them they could leave the room while they collected him, but they said they were okay with it. And that's when I heard Barb say the name Cassie, as she talked to the younger woman. It made me think about what Roger had said to me. I shouldn't have been eavesdropping, but as they talked and I thought about it more, it dug at me that I needed to tell them. I was always told about how being a nurse could be a fine line. Some people liked the nurses being involved and being personable, while others preferred that we just did our jobs and left. And being that this was the first hospital I worked at, I didn't want to mess up and get a warning, or even fired. But I knew from their conversation that they were pretty spiritual people, and laughed about Roger watching them and made a joke to Cassie about him teasing her for it. So, I felt my chances of them accepting what I said was pretty good, so I went for it. I turned and apologized for interrupting, but I asked to confirm if the younger woman was Cassie, and they confirmed, saying she was Roger's niece, Barb's daughter. Roger and Sharon didn't have any kids, but he spoiled Cassie like she was his own. So I told them that right before he passed, he woke up, and that he told me something. As I explained this, Barb and Sharon looked surprised while Cassie's eyes filled with tears, smiling. She explained that she announced that she was engaged shortly before Roger had his stroke, and her own father wasn't in the picture, so he was going to walk her down the aisle. He even agreed to pay for some of the wedding, but she had been dress shopping and was torn. Her mom wanted her to get a traditional white dress while she wanted a pink dress, and couldn't decide. They all claim they never spoke about the conundrum while at the hospital, however, so they have no idea how he would have known. But they knew now that they had to go with the pink one. I was very happy that I shared that message with them, and that they handled it well. But for being so early in my career, it was a pretty powerful moment for me. Obviously, I never found out what she did end up doing or how it all turned out, but I'm sure Roger was still with them in spirit, celebrating. I've had some crazy stories since I've been a nurse so long and worked in so many different places. I may share more of them eventually, if you or your audience are interested. I know that this wasn't exactly spooky, but I still thought it was pretty bizarre. So, I thought that you all would still enjoy it as much as I did. I have a story about a secret that my family kept for a long time. And while I understand why it was kept from me, it's one of those things that, when I found out what happened, it hit me hard. My opinion on the people involved obviously changed by the end of it, and someone that I thought was a hero ended up being nothing more than a terrible person. For my entire childhood, I genuinely thought that my dad was a hero. I thought that he was in the military and fighting for my country. I was proud of him, even though I could barely remember what he looked like. I guess I should step back a slight bit. When I was much younger, my dad was present. I have a couple photos of my dad with myself and my mom. I was the first and only kid that my mom and dad had. I can't even really give many memories of my father, because I was only around 5 when he disappeared from my life. Obviously, I didn't understand why he was no longer in my life at first. I just know that he wasn't there. I do have one memory, though. I remember that it was at night. I was crying, and my dad gave me this tight hug saying something along the lines of, "Sorry, buddy. I'll be back eventually. You'll be good, okay?" The only problem is that I'm not even sure if this memory is real. It's probably not. I think it's just one that I made up for some reason. One that I fabricated in my mind to make sense of my father's absence. To go along with this, my mother told me that my father was in the military. She told me that he had been shipped out and that he was fighting the bad guys to save the country. When I started to get older and more cognizant, it made sense that he wasn't home because he was a soldier. When he disappeared, it was 2001. I obviously didn't know what happened on 9/11 at the time, but again, as I got older and learned about it, it made sense that he was overseas fighting a war. As I got older, I always made it a point to mention how much of a hero my dad was. I would tell my teachers, my friends, people that I barely spoke to. I would always say that my dad was in another country fighting people that were evil. My mother started the lie, but my family kept it going. They would always go with what she told me. I spent birthdays without my father, holidays without him, and it was hard as a little boy. I know I asked my mom numerous times why he wasn't able to come home for at least Christmas, and she would just tell me that he would be home soon, and that he couldn't abandon his post. I would ask why he never called or wrote us letters, but she would just say that the calls would get really expensive, and then said that he had written me letters. She would gaslight me into believing that he had sent letters for my birthday last year or a few years ago. She had even told me that one of my presents from Christmas was from him. I believed every bit of it. I believed that the military wasn't letting him come home and that he had sent me the letters or presents. She kept this up until I was in my preteens, around 12 years old. When I was 12, things started to not add up. It would have been 2008-ish, and I was old enough to watch the news, and I saw the world and events that were happening. It had hit a point where it didn't make sense for why he hadn't come home, and my preteen brain hit a point where I wanted to confront my mom and ask her for the truth. So I did. I confronted her at one point and asked her, "Hey, Mom, you need to tell me the truth about Dad. He's not overseas. He would have come home by now. Where is he?" At this point, my mom had the chance to tell me the truth. But instead, she broke down crying and told me something else. She told me that while my dad was overseas, he had been killed in action. She looked me dead in the eyes and told me that my father had died in 2003, that he was killed over in Iraq or Afghanistan or whatever, and that she wanted to tell me, but she couldn't ever bring herself to do so. So, once again, she told me that my father was a hero, that he was killed defending the country, that he had died with honor. It's almost sad that I could wish that this was actually the truth, but what really happened was not this. I found out the real truth when I turned 20, about 8 years ago. It was the day of my 20th birthday. I had made it to my 20th birthday without my father. My mother had done her best to raise me, but I had to do a lot of growth myself. I had to watch the other boys be taught how to do things by their fathers, and wish that I could have that too. But I couldn't, right? Because my father was, according to my mother, killed in action overseas. All of it was so emotionally confusing. I wanted my father to be in my life, but I was also proud of him for his sacrifice. But when I turned 20 and was having dinner with my mother and my grandma, something came up that involved my dad. My grandmother made a comment that confused me. Well, it's sad what happened, but at least he won't be able to get to you two ever again. She said this, and I stared at her in confusion. Then I saw my mom start to have that panicking face she had when she told me he was dead. It was then that it clicked that something was wrong. I wasn't being told something, or someone was lying. I asked my grandma what she meant by that, not even hesitating or giving myself time to think about it. She looked at me with her mouth open like she'd been caught in something, and then looked at my mom. My mom started crying at this point, and my grandmother apologized, telling her that she thought I knew about the whole thing and that my mother had told me. My mom said that we would have a conversation after dinner, but I wasn't really hungry at this point. I could feel the pit in my stomach growing, knowing that they were hiding something. When we got home that night, my grandmother and mother sat me down. And at that point, I was told the truth. A truth that I didn't want to hear. Back when I was 4 or 5, when my father left my life, it wasn't because he was shipped overseas to fight terrorism. It was because he was an absolute monster. That night that he went away because he attempted to murder my mother, and he likely would have killed me too. For whatever reason, my father snapped that night, and in a drunken rage had stabbed my mother 3 times and left her for dead. I was told that he attacked her because she tried to stop him from beating me, a 5-year-old. He had hit me numerous times that night, apparently knocking me unconscious, and then tried to kill my mother. My grandmother had been there that night, and she called the police when he was attacking me, and it's because of her that my father was stopped. My mother's life was saved, and possibly my life was saved. For the entirety of my childhood, I thought my father was this amazing person, a hero. I told people I was proud of him, that I missed him and loved him, but the entire time he was actually an attempted murderer that would have likely killed my mother had the police not showed up. The comment that my grandmother made was actually because my father had died in prison recently. He had apparently gone into cardiac arrest and was unable to be revived, and my mother had been notified of it a couple days prior to them telling me about all of this. This was probably the hardest day of my life, to find out that the man I wished had been there every day growing up had almost ended my life. It's been a few years now, and I'd like to say that I've moved on from all this, but it's still something that tears at me from time to time. I don't blame my mother for keeping this all from me, but it's still so painful to know that she had lied. I'm sharing this now in hopes of letting some of it go, putting some of it out into the world, hoping it'll make it a bit easier. To those who knew me growing up, I'm sorry for lying to you about my father. I believed all those lies myself, and I thought I was telling you all about this amazing man that was an honest hero, when, come to find out, he couldn't have been more of a villain. And to my younger self, I wish I could go back and give you a hug to prepare you for the pain you would feel when you're told that your dad is dead, both the first and the second time. This was probably one of the most terrifying things that has ever happened to me. I work in a call center, and I actually still work at the same one to this day. So it makes a bit more sense. I will just say that the call center was for a bank in the US. I worked on the escalations team, so I took the calls when the customers asked for a supervisor, or if the procedure called for an escalation. So, getting complicated and upset customers was pretty normal for me. At the time of this event, I had been working there for about 7 years, and in escalations for 3 of those, so I was pretty well used to it. I had thick skin, and had probably heard every insult you could imagine, so it never got to me. But this guy was different. It all started with an escalation from who we will call Mr. John Smith. I don't remember his actual name, to be honest. He called in upset because his credit card was being declined. It was being declined because he hadn't made a payment. Just like any other service you pay for, if it's not made by the due date, services can be stopped or shut down. It's the same way with credit cards. But it's not like it was due on the 1st and he was being declined on the 2nd. No, he was almost a month behind. And this wasn't unexpected. He knew this was bound to happen. I'm probably giving more information than needed, but I feel it adds to why what he did was overdramatic and unwarranted. He had been late many times, and he'd requested fees to be waived every time, with no reason for being late past, "I was late, so sue me," basically. So when he called and wanted to speak to a supervisor because we were declining his card, again, and he wanted it fixed and fees waived, again, it was just another normal customer complaint, and it was going to be business as usual. However, the only way to be able to use the card again is to pay the past due amount, and he didn't want to hear that. After the call was transferred to me, I listened to him yell and go off about how he felt like we were targeting him. I apologized, but told him that the only thing to be done was to make a payment. So he began yelling at me again, calling me names and trying to belittle me. He even threw in some really strange and unrelated political-related insults that I won't type out, but it helps to show that he was a bit unhinged, I guess. I just let him get it out and count down the minutes till he would finally just hang up. And, by the way, if you haven't worked in a call center yet, you might think that I was just cold and uncaring, but those that have understand my predicament. This wasn't someone who was using it because it's all they had. They weren't not making payments because they couldn't. Without really invading his privacy, I guess. I know, with everything that happened, I still protect their identity, right? But he spent a lot of money every month, and paid it in full almost every month. So he was just the type that felt that rules didn't apply to him. So, yeah, I may have zoned him out a bit as he yelled, until he finished. And once he finished, I basically explained his options. No more fees would be refunded, and he needed to make a payment to use the card. And that's when the threats started. He started making comments about how he wouldn't act so tough if he was yelling at us in person, and suggested that he do just that instead. Not wanting anyone else to have to deal with this, if he went to an actual bank, I told him that they wouldn't be able to do anything in person either, which wasn't a lie. They couldn't do anything different. And that's when he said, "Are you stupid? I know you're not at the bank. You work at the call center at Street and Road intersection, right off of Highway 99. Okay, so he knew where the local call center was. We had a couple, and yes, mine was in a neighboring city that he lived in, unfortunately. It wasn't a secret or anything, so I told him that he was correct, but that none of us were customer-facing. I still did try to de-escalate the situation, as we were all trained to take threats seriously, so I kept that in the forefront of my mind. I told him that if it would help him calm down, that I could refund the fee, but that I really couldn't do anything about the block. Only he could fix that with a payment. But that was no longer good enough for him. "Oh no, we're past that," he snapped. "How about this? I'll just come up there and you can explain why I can't use my credit card to the barrel of my shotgun." And with that, he hung up. So now I have a potentially real threat taking place. I marked myself as away on my system and immediately went to my manager to tell them what had just happened. They took it seriously. When we have threats that could be acted upon, we have to report it to the authorities. So we alerted security up front and called the police. They said that they would be there soon to get a statement and to patrol some to see if he showed up. I ended up taking my lunch a little earlier at that time, knowing that I was going to have to provide information to the cops, and I didn't want to be stuck on a call. After telling my manager and us reporting it, it had probably been about 10 minutes, maybe 15 or so. I took my lunch right after that, and I was probably about 10 minutes into it when I and everyone around me started hearing shouting. I had been eating at my desk on the second floor towards the center of the building, so I was close to the stairs and the elevators. As I listened to the shouting, I could hear a man and woman yelling, "Sir, you can't go through there. We're not going to let you through. Sir, we will call the police." It was the security people. Then we could hear another man shouting back at them, all kinds of expletives. I knew who it was. I recognized that voice. It was definitely John. And if he had kept true to his word to show up, then he may have a gun with him too. I was immediately freaking out. I didn't even have to tell my manager as I looked over, and they were already pointing to their phone that they held to their face. I was honestly too afraid to go down there or even try to look. I wanted to, but what if he did bring a weapon? We had turnstiles where employees had to swipe their badge in order to get through, but what was stopping him from just jumping over it? And maybe even shooting security? They did not have guns. I don't know if they had some other method of defense or not, but either way, I was afraid for them. I started making my way to the emergency stairway, which was on the edge of the building, instead of the center ones, thinking that I needed to hide if he got through. Granted, all he knew was my first name, but if he made it this far, all he had to do was walk through the cubicle aisles until he found my name. There were 3 floors though, so the odds were in my favor that he wouldn't get that far. But I wasn't willing to take any chances. I stood in that stairway for what felt like a long time, fearing that I would start hearing gunshots. But thankfully I never did. My manager ended up calling me on my cell phone and asked if I was okay and where I was. They told me that the police arrived and everything was okay, so I went back to their desk, and they told me what happened. When the cops showed up, they had to tase him just to get him down, but they did restrain him. Thankfully, he did not have a weapon on his person. However, they did find a shotgun in his vehicle. This guy was so mad that he was willing to show up here and possibly hurt or kill people because of something that was his fault. It was a crazy thought. We told the police what all had transpired from the moment that he called in, up to them arriving, and the rest was really up to the company if they would press charges. While I don't know if anything like that happened, I do know that we terminated all relationships with him. He wasn't allowed in any of our branches, so then he had to wait even longer to get a check in the mail with his money. And that was by far one of the worst days that I've experienced working here, and thankfully nothing like that has ever happened since. But I do take every threat that I ever hear very seriously. You never know when you might run into that one person that's waiting for that one little thing to push them over the edge. I have a bit of a strange and potentially creepy story that I've toyed with sending in to you, and after I worked out some of the details with my wife, I decided why not. The story is about a vacation that my wife and I took a few years back. One that I could probably never forget if I tried. We don't get the chance to really take vacations anymore because we have a little one, but most of our vacations were fairly normal and uneventful. This one, however, was anything but. After talking about what we wanted to do for some time away, we settled on a quaint little beach town for our vacation. It was a little picture-perfect kind of place, the kind where the houses have all those neat little flower boxes hooked to the windows, and everyone knows each other. We'd rented out this adorable little old cottage off the beaten path, surrounded by woods, and only a couple moments away from the ocean. It was our first night there, and the place was dead quiet. Not the kind of quiet where you can hear the sirens or cars on the highway off in the distance. No, this was that deep and almost unnatural silence. I was sitting on the porch, the cool evening breeze carrying the scent of the ocean to me, with the moon illuminating the woods around us in this pale and eerie glow. It was probably the most soothing and peaceful thing I have ever experienced in my life. We were sitting on the swinging bench on the front porch, just taking in the beautiful night, when somewhere in the distance we heard a soft rustling. Initially, I passed it off as the wind, but then I thought that I saw something. Or rather, saw someone out of the corner of my eye. I turned to the left to look at the edge of the woods, and sure enough, there was a figure that was definitely human-shaped, just kind of standing there still as a statue. It kind of creeped me out. But after a few moments, my logical side kicked in, and I figured that it must just be a neighbor out for a late-night stroll. After a few seconds of them just kind of standing there, they turned to walk back into the woods slowly. And this kind of put me in a weird place mentally. So I mentioned to my wife that I wanted to go ahead and head to bed. She agreed, and that was that. But that wasn't the end of it. The figure became a bit of a recurring sight, seemingly just there late in the evening, just standing on the edge of the woods. The strangest part was that every night we saw it, it would just stand there on the edge of the woods. It never got closer to the cottage or really further into the woods at all. It would just stand there in the same spot until it decided it was done. Then it would turn around and disappear. Honestly, it felt like it was watching us. And as much as I wanted to believe that this was just some person being a creep or whatever, I couldn't really convince myself of it. I remember one night lying awake in bed, the room was feeling unsettlingly quiet. Then, there it was again, that rustling. But this time it was louder, closer. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My heart pounded as I slowly walked toward the window and slowly parted the curtain. The moonlight lit up some parts of the outside area, but not enough to highlight what I was looking for. As my eyes adjusted, I was able to see that the figure was once again outside, only this time it was closer. It wasn't on the edge of the woods anymore, it was just on the edge of the yard. I couldn't make out its features, but I could tell that it was staring right at me, watching me in the window. I felt that cold dread settle in my stomach. I woke my wife up and we called the local police. I didn't tell them there was some weird creature in the yard. I just told them that some person was creeping around the house. By the time they got there, the thing was gone. They did a quick sweep, and by the end of it, told us that it was probably just a local. Mostly harmless, but definitely odd. He told me that if it happened again, to just yell at them to leave. And if they didn't, then I should call them again. For the last 3 nights there, we were incredibly jumpy, and every single noise would cause me to get those same chills. But the thing wasn't around anymore. I thought that it was seriously gone. Like, they may have been right, and the police presence ended up scaring this person away. On the last night of our stay, I remember waking up suddenly, like some alarm had gone off in my head. I sat up and listened, but it was pretty much just the normal silence. Until I heard what sounded like a slight creaking sound. I knew that creaking. It was the sound that the front step on the porch made when you approached the front door. I jumped up, grabbed my phone, and turned on the flashlight, and I ran down the stairs. When I got down to the living room, there was nobody there. I hit every switch on the way, lighting up all the rooms, but there was nothing in the house. However, when I got to the entryway, my heart stopped. The door was cracked open, like it had been unlocked, opened, and left slightly ajar. I yelled for my wife to call the cops, and I jumped out onto the front porch. But there was nothing there. I stayed outside and waited for the cops to show up again, and I told them about the whole thing. That I'd heard the boards creaking and that the front door was open, and that I thought that it was whoever or whatever had been watching the house over the last week or so. They took the information and told us that they would patrol the area, which was great, except that we were leaving in less than 8 hours. I did not sleep the rest of that night. I just sat on the couch in the living room and watched the window, thinking that this stupid thing had ruined my relaxation. I have no idea what or who that thing was. It didn't really look like it was a human, just human-like. But the police said it was likely someone from the area just being a creep, and I'm certain that whatever it was capable of unlocking and opening the front door. I'm glad that nothing else occurred, that it didn't come upstairs and we weren't hurt or anything, but it was still the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me. In the end, I'm never going to know what it was, and I am never going to vacation in that town ever again. I have a story that happened back in the very early 2000s, like '01 or '02. It happened back when I was in 6th grade, so I would have been around 11 or 12 when it happened. It was an absolutely crazy thing that happened that didn't make sense to me back then, and really it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me now, but I guess I can mentally understand what happened. Not really the why, though. The school I went to wasn't a bad school. In fact, it was one of the better schools in the area, but there was this one kid that was in my class that had issues. I think that's the best way to put it without actually knowing specifics about what was actually wrong with him. His name was Dan, and he was a bit off. We all knew that he had the issues he had, but also this was just a different time, so I think the school basically just wanted to treat him like every other kid and make adjustments if it became a problem. One thing I remember about him was that he would just go silent and stare at people with this intensity that was actually unsettling. I personally knew that he'd had a run-in with another student at least once. It wasn't violent to the point of expulsion, but I remember that he got suspended for a few days because of what had happened. I'm not sure if that's relevant to anything, but I think it paints a bit of a picture. He was a bit threatening. He hadn't been violent, but he definitely was not what most would consider a normal kid. So now that you know a bit about Dan, here is what happened. I'm sorry if this is formatted weird, as I'm a bit iffy on how to explain it properly without the timeline of events, when it happened versus when we all found out. One day when we were all filtering into the school, off the bus, things were a bit different than normal. Normally, we were allowed to wait out front until the first bell rang, and then we would go to class. On that day, we were immediately ushered off the bus by some of the education assistants, and we were told to go directly to our classrooms. It was really strange to me at the time. There had never been a day where they had done anything like that as far as I could remember. We were all rushed into the classrooms, told to put our bags down and sit at our desks, and then told that things would be explained in a little while. We all did as we were told and sat there whispering amongst ourselves, trying to figure out what was going on. At one point, our teacher, Ms. Evans, was talking to us about the morning, asking us questions, asking whether or not we knew what was going on. None of us did. I think she was fishing for information to see if any of us were in the know about the event, and after a while she told us that there had been an incident and that it was going to be explained. Not long after that, the principal, Mr. Thompson, came over the intercom and filled in some of the blanks. He announced that one of the janitors, an older man named Freddie, had been injured, and explained that the police were going to be investigating the situation. He told us that we were all safe, but then basically stated that we were all expected to stay in our classrooms until told otherwise. That day, we had indoor recess. We stayed in the classroom through the entire day, not even having gym class. We just stayed in the classroom and got an extra recess. As it always goes, though, the information did get out, and other students heard about what happened, and it spread pretty quickly. It came alongside the fact that I noticed that Dan wasn't in class those 2 days. So, here's what I've been told about what went down. That morning, where we were all herded into our classrooms, the janitor Freddie had been attacked, and he had been attacked by Dan. It happened early in the morning, before anyone else had been at the school. Somehow, in a way that I've literally never heard an explanation for, Dan was in the school all night, and he was found by Freddie in the morning when he came in. Dan had apparently stuck out the entire night of the school in one of the janitorial storage areas. I have no idea why he did that, other than he could and just did. But he did. In the morning, Freddie showed up to start the day, and he opened the storage room, and he and Dan had surprised each other. Dan, being who he was, attacked Freddie with something from the closet. We never found out what. He just attacked this old man, knocking him down and beating him. All of this was caught on camera. Mind you, it was the early aughts, so they weren't the best quality, but they had footage of it happening, and then of Dan running out of the school. The police ended up finding him hiding out on the school grounds, in the small baseball diamond on the property. The school went into lockdown for a while, those 2 days, mostly because they didn't know if this was a planned thing or if anyone else was in on it. When they decided that no one else was in on it, things went back to normal. The police investigation revealed that Dan had been struggling with some serious mental health issues. He'd been having violent thoughts for a long time, and he had never received the help that he needed. They said it was a sudden outburst, but it felt like something that had been brewing for years. I don't think anyone ever figured out why he spent the night at the school, but it was pretty much why this happened. The whole thing was incredibly disturbing. It shook the entire school community, and it made us realize that even in a place where we felt safe, bad things could happen. Freddie did end up making it, but he retired after this happened. I don't think anyone could blame him. The guy had been doing the job for years, and then some random kid jumped out of the storage closet at him. The poor guy was just getting to work, and this is what happened. I don't know what all happened to Dan. Obviously, the police were involved, and he had committed a pretty serious battery on someone. In the end, I just kind of hope that he got the help he needed, because he definitely had something wrong with him, and this was just the worst possible outcome of what could have happened.